Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Super United Rapid and Blitz, which is happening right now in Croatia. And today is the day one. We have the very interesting first round. And there we have the poll as well. But I first want to check if everything is fine and you can hear me well. How are you all? In fact, I have come a few minutes early. Yes, my voice is fine. That's cool because the main thing is Sagar is carrying the camera, the mic, so he's not here. And that was my big worry whether you all will be able to hear me. Okay, yes, I want to give you some details of what exactly we are going to see today and what is happening there. Let me get a beautiful article which is pinned there in the chat. Let me get it on the screen so that you all will get some insights of what the tournament is about. Okay, so here it is. Gukesh to face Magnus Carlsen in the first round of Super United Rapid and Blitz 2023. This is the article, guys. Check it out. It's pinned, it's written by Shahid, and here you will find all the information related with this event. It's the Grand Chess Tour event here, and here we have the schedule. It starts from today. There are 3 rounds, rapid 3 rounds today, tomorrow and day after. So 3 days of rapid, and after that we have 2 days of blitz. Kind of, the similar 5 days like Tata Steel Chess India, which we have here. And here you can see the list of participants: Nepo, Firouzja, Fabi, Duda, Richard, Magnus, Sarich, Gukesh, Lupulescu, and Vishy, of course. Here are the pairings for today. First round, Gukesh versus Magnus. How excited are you all? Modi God says, ma'am, can you explain every move in the game? Yes, of course. 1 second, guys. Very excited because just after the GCL, this is all extremely exciting all the way, and 1 minute to go for the games. Here we have Gukesh versus Magnus, Nepo versus Duda, Firouzja versus Vishy. Vishy is black. Rapo versus Caruana, and Lupulescu versus Sarich. This is the first round right now, and after that, the next round will be at 8 o'clock. This is the prize money. The first prize is $40,000. For all those who love maths, please do calculate and do let us know in Indian rupees how much is it. Oh, then there is a nice photo here, Vishy and Gukesh and Rajnikant, Gukesh's dad. Very nice one by Grand Chess Tour. So very nice. All the information is here, guys. Do check it out. And let's right now go to the boards. Right now, one moment there. Oof. So how did you find GCL and how much excitement it is? Also, are you guys playing more? After watching chess more, what happens generally? You also feel like playing chess more. So, are we all united here to watch the Super United Rapid and Blitz? Time format. Yes, it is 25 minutes each plus 10 seconds increment. That's the time format we have. Edgar says from Transylvania. Okay. Never heard of it. Yes, Gukesh has had a very difficult form in GCL. But guys, as we know, class is permanent, form is temporary. So let's see how it. Also, they were in the same team, Gukesh and Magnus. Would they be, now good friends and sort of that kind of a thing? Also, is it like Magnus will be thinking that, of course, Gukesh was not in form in earlier tournaments, and then immediately this is the first round. So maybe slightly more slight more advantage to Magnus, but Gukesh is white, and Gukesh has an advantage of being extra motivated. So that is the game which we have. We'll watch out for. The other game is Firouzja is white, versus Vishy Anand. And guys, did you all check out Vishy versus Magnus in GCL? Oh, that was like an epic game there, which we had a lot of fun, and what a crazy end game. Do watch it if any of you have missed. I'm sure none of you have missed it. But can you tell where is Sagar Shah? Asks Vibha. Okay, you are asking me, can you tell? So then maybe I have a choice. I can't. Okay, yes, Sagar is in Bangalore right now. There is an event with Conbox, Arjun. Yes, so he went directly from Dubai to Bangalore and he changed the plans. And here I am. It's been since 18th. He's out since 19th morning. He's out of this house. And yes, really waiting for him to come back tomorrow. So tomorrow he will be here, guys. Jeremy says, yes, what an endgame by both. Vishy almost drew. Sakar Chess Amarnath, क्या ही मजा आया था, epic endgame. Today is the Vishy game or not? Of course, today is Vishy is playing, definitely. First game, Firouzja versus Vishy, very exciting. And Gukesh versus Magnus. This is the most exciting round we are having. Under promotion. Yes, all of it. I mean, the amount of laughter which we could see in, Magnus and Vishy on the board. It's such a rare moment. So, yeah, I really enjoyed that. Sakar's, yeah, most thrilling was checkmate by Honest. I think this pressure really very difficult to handle. Yeah, and then you have to carry this burden. Another thing right now for Gukesh, which in fact a lot of players, it's from a team tournament. Now they are playing an individual tournament. Of course, there is a bit of that kind of a thing where you have to change the mindset, and it was not like they had many days in between. So would be very interesting to see how it. But Gukesh and Magnus, if they were teammates, we can only imagine that. They would have spent good time. They would have played some chess. They might have played some other sports as well. So it would be great. Not YouTuber. I'm good. Actually, it is supposed to start at 6:30. So I think has it started elsewhere? I just want to check that we have not missed. No, 6:30. I hope I have not made any error in timing. European time 3 would be Indian time 6:30, right? Of course. Jyoti says, Amruta, are you sure Sagar went to Bangalore? Don't forget Samay was with him. Where will Samay take him? Jeremy says that ending of GCL was too good, like a movie ending. Triveni were at the bottom for the first half. Yeah, I think it was a tournament which would have given hope to so many, yeah, because you are nowhere and suddenly you are right there at the top with everybody in the tournament. You have just completely, swept the not even the second half in a way, it's like final quarter. So that was like epic. No, it will start at 7, they announced. Acha. Okay, so they changed it, yeah, because it was supposed to be at 3. Now they have changed it. No, it will start by 6:45, says Gopal Kedia. Okay, maybe but 5 minutes we can all talk a bit. I am not sure when it is starting, but it should have started by 6:30. But maybe something is going on. They also have their channel, I guess, so you can check what's happening there. I have set up everything. In fact, today I was set. I like Gukesh versus Magnus and Vishy versus Firouzja. Let's go early. Let's have everything set. I also don't know if the mic you will be hearing me well or not. So all of that I was a little bit worried, but seems everything is fine and the games are about to begin. Kevin says, I remember Gukesh playing Gibraltar back in the day. Prague was the big hope, but think Gukesh may have overtaken him. So many Indian hopes. Kevin, I think, like, personally, my opinion is like, all these players who are in the same category in a way, they're all having their phases. Maybe one tournament for somebody is amazing, for somebody else it's not so good. Similarly, the next time, but parallelly they're all improving in the same manner, and like we are going to see them in candidates altogether at some candidate very soon. That's my opinion. But yeah, this is Rapid, and yeah, Gukesh has faced some tough moments in Rapid and Blitz. We know, we have seen his classical form in Norway. He was just absolutely amazing. But Rapid is something he still has to improve. But he is really, really trying, and we have seen the progress because even in Blitz in Norway, he performed amazingly well. So all of you must be remembering the Armageddons, yeah? Yes, arbiter Vivek says round is not yet started. Then definitely we believe the arbiter. But arbiter Vivek, do you have any information about when is the round going to start and how are you? Anish says yesterday I defeated Gukesh, but after that I woke up. But then you must be very, very happy, yeah? I mean, if you remember the game, my dream game with Gukesh, that would be the title. Oh, by the way, what is the vote? Have you all voted? And just a moment, what is the result there? Ooh, Gukesh beats Carlsen 32%. Carlsen beats Gukesh 50% and a draw by 18%. So that is already a challenge in front of Gukesh by all the audience. Okay. By the way, guys, do check this article out. That really has amazing information. It's been written by Shahid. Why not there during GCL? Because I was here. No, I have not been traveling since past few months. Now I'll travel again. Travel nausea, if anybody has heard about it. By the way, yes, World Cup is happening. It's starting from 29 July, and the pairings are out. 1 second. Today is, oops, wait, let me just, pairings. Yes. But these are today's pairings here until the game starts. Maybe we can have this on the board. And what I'm also checking is, give me a moment. Yeah, I'm just putting the link for World Cup pairings and a few more details which you guys can check it out. It would be nice. Or maybe I should just show you the um, yeah, until the game starts we have a bit of time there. Wait. Let me just refresh it. Yep, here we have FIDE World Cup 2023 players lists and pairings announced. So guys, here another article by Shahid. A total of 17 Indians, 5 more than previous edition, are set to take part in the upcoming FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. First game of the first round is on 30th July. Wow, 5 Indians in the open and 3 among the women got a bye in the first round due to being in the top 50 and 25 seeds. Okay, quite interesting. So Gukesh, Vidit, Arjun, Prag, Nihal, SL Narayanan, Abhimanyu Puranik, Adiban, Karthik, Venkatraman, Harsha Bharatkoti, Hampi, Harika, Vaishali, Divya, Nandida, Mary, Priyanka. Wow, that is huge. 17 Indians will take part. That's amazing, guys. So here you can find all the details of the World Cup. It's a very, very latest article. I mean, I just refreshed it right now. So Carlsen, is Carlsen playing Harsha Bharatkoti in the first round? Wow, that would be interesting. Okay, so you can check this out, yeah, later. I'll share the link, or you can just go to ChessBase India. It's just the first article. Games have not yet started, but let me also look at the chat because we actually have some time. Gukesh will play World Cup, yes, but it's not immediately because this ends on 9th July and the World Cup begins on 29th. So basically he will have 20 days in between. Everybody. Can you give me 2 advices to increase my rating and become a better chess player? Right now, my rating is 600. So, advice number 1. Do not look at your rating. And do not aim to increase the rating. Advice number 2. Tactics, tactics, tactics. Right now, they say chess is 99% tactics. But around your level right now, it is 99.99% tactics. So most of the games you will be losing by blundering. So yes, too many tactical patterns. If it is, let's say, a checkmate, then you try to solve all types of checkmates, even if it is a one move. Like we just saw GCL was such a big example, that 2 of the most top players, and what happens when you don't have much time, when you are in pressure, you can miss a mate in 1. This is exactly the, I mean, imagine you give him a solve mate in 1 and he's like, come on, mate in 1, yeah, but you can actually miss a mate in 1 on the board. That's the whole point of chess, that it is not about just the precise answer. It is a lot about things which cannot be seen, which is actually the stress, the pressure. So yeah, tactics for you right now, nothing else. Peter D'Souza, seeing you after a long time, how are you? I am extremely well, Peter. What is the time control format? I think you can find in the article, but it's a classical game, so it will be a long game. Sagar by sleeping in the couch. I wish. I wish. When will the games begin? Games should begin. Actually, somebody said 6:45, and right now it's 6:46. So let's see and let's wait. KO, it's not my birthday. Someone says Gukesh seemed out of form in Global Chess League. I am not so sure if he will be able to win this tournament. Right now, he is he has left that event. It's a completely new tournament, and for chess players at this level, most of the times it is not just a new event after the one event ends, but it's a new event for every game. So that is why they have reached the top. They are able to keep that one game at a time attitude, which is extremely important. So in fact, you just want to fight back. Especially sometimes you get, sometimes it's a little low, but then it helps you to just raise your bar like anything. It's good. It's good to have some not the best events. They really push you. Top 5 books you read when you were an absolute beginner. I wasn't a book reader, but a lot of games were played. Oh, games have they started? Because I hear some sound. Just a moment, guys. Yes. Oh, yes. We have the game started. So 6:45 right there. Gukesh opens with e4, and there we have Sicilian. Wow. On the board, knight f3, knight c6 by Magnus. What is he planning? But Gukesh does not go for open Sicilian, which would be d4, c takes d4, and knight takes d4. Instead, he goes bishop b5, which is called as the Rosolimov. Here we have g6 by Magnus. He's prepared. Castle, bishop g7, and c3. They are still following the line right now. The main line, knight f6. You have attacked the pawn. Rook goes to e1. Are you threatening e5 here? Castle plays Magnus. Not at all worried about e5. Gukesh says, I am going d4, and there I have the center control. What do you have, Magnus? That's the question he has asked. Let's see what Magnus is going to do. Magnus says, yes, I am also going to challenge your center right away. I don't really care about this pawn. I am attacking this guy here with two of my pieces. Right, Gukesh goes e5. Here the center after e5 is fixed, and Gukesh has this pawn chain on dark squares. What does that mean? This pawn chain on dark squares. What does it mean for this bishop? The knight goes to e4. Knight did not go back. If you would go knight d7, I mean, it looks really passive with the ideas of e6 in the future. Maybe e6 right away. Why can't this be a good move? F takes e6 and knight takes g5 looks so tempting. But unfortunately, black can get away because black has opened his own file as well, and he simply goes knight f6, which would mean that if you take here, he is happy to exchange the knight, and he's also happy to exchange this pawn. And look at the development which black is having. It's amazing. And here after knight e4, this rook looks like in trouble. Okay, I should have asked you this move, what should black play, but I did not. So next time be ready. A lot of questions are going to be incoming. d5 by black, e5 by Gukesh. Magnus goes knight e4, bishop e3. Everything still is preparation. Carlsen has played this against Caruana, Duda. In fact, Vishy has also played this with white. And our friend, who is our friend? Mr. Giri. He has played with Pragnananda. Obviously, as we say, that whichever opening, we are going to see the name of Anish Giri. It's framed over there. So c takes d4, c takes d4, and queen b6. Guys, this after takes is the base of the pawn chain. Here this pawn is defending the e5 pawn, and a lot of responsibility on this guy over here. So right now you can see 1, 2 and 3 people defending it solidly, because if you lose this, then you also lose this. It's the pillar of the e5 pawn. So bishop takes c6. Another attacker for d4 is vanished. Queen takes c6. You don't want to go b takes c6 and have this pawn here on c6, but it was a possibility. It was not a bad move. Magnus goes queen takes c6. Gukesh now develops his knight to d2 and challenges this knight on e4. And Magnus is right now thinking. We are still following 2 games, but both of them are prepared. You can see Gukesh having 23 minutes, almost 24 minutes in fact, and Magnus has more than 25 minutes. So Magnus is amazingly in preparation. Light square bishop becomes important. But you see that Gukesh actually has given the light square bishop. Now, what is the reason that he exchanged the knight? Guys, what do you think? Why was Gukesh okay to discard this light square bishop from the board? And that too, especially when he has this dark square bishop, which has to defend the d4 pawn, and which where you have the central pawn chain on dark squares, and you also have a bishop on which is a dark square bishop. We call it a bad bishop. Bad bishop doesn't really mean a useless bishop, but it's a bad bishop. So yes, that's a question for you. Bishop c6, takes, knight d2, bishop f5, and they are playing very quickly. So all of it is still opening because of the b2 pawn. Yes, tactically, because of the b2 pawn, also, but otherwise also the position, the center is kind of closed. That's why it gives a semi-closed feeling to the position. And in closed positions, which pieces are good? That's the question for all the newbies there. Let's shift to Vishy's game. Oh my god, what is happening there? Knight f3 by Alireza, d5, g3, c5. Vishy says, you are not getting anything in the center. I am ready to take control of the center. Bishop g2, knight f6, castle, g6. Nicely going to develop the bishop fianchetto bishop here. c4 by Alireza and bishop g7. Vishy is okay if there is an exchange in the center, but Alireza gives a check. Bishop d7 says, oh, that's a little early for a check. I am attacking you right now. You have to go back. Queen goes to b3, a double attack in a way, because d5 and b7 both are hanging. Vishy takes the pawn on c4, queen takes c4, and Vishy goes queen b6, defending the pawn which was attacked by Alireza. Now, Alireza jumps his knight to e5. Why does it look a little scary? Opening his bishop. Black is yet to castle, but it's all preparation. And in fact, Anand, Vishy has played this already with whom? With our good friend, Mr. Anish Giri. Bishop e6, queen a4 check, and knight bd7. He develops his knight right now and very soon ready to castle, short castle. Alireza goes back, knight c4. No plans to exchange pieces right now. The queen is attacked. You would not be very happy to give away the bishop on e6. It's a good bishop, and the position also seems pretty open. So good idea would be to take back the queen. Queen c7 sounds like a natural move there. Evolution bar ही नहीं है. Evaluation. Oh my god. Okay guys, but that is actually good. Yeah, evolution bar. We all should have evolution bar. Evaluation bar है, but वो छोटा है. There is some problem in leeches today with that leeches pretty extension, as Rakshit had mentioned. So tomorrow we will have the mota bar, but right now this is the bar which we have. Evolution. Yeah. No, I was okay. Any rest of the things later, but queen c7 by Vishy as expected, and maybe Alireza develops his knight there. Let's quickly go to Magnus's game once again. What is happening? Knight b2, knight bd2 was the move played by Gukesh in the game, which were following two games actually. Bishop f5. Carlsen defends this knight here, solidifies it in fact. You can take here and d takes e4, but then this knight has to move. Doesn't look so tempting. What Gukesh does is knight b3. Now guys, which is the outpost which you can see here? Which is the outpost? All those who know outpost. It's a little bit of an intermediate question. Evolution. No, I'm not meaning the evolution which is like millions and millions of years ago. I'm meaning the evolution as an individual of yourself. Like if you are, let's say, 20 years old, then you have this 20-year-old bar, and how have you How has your evolution been in your life? That way. So the bar will go up and down. You will have all these things. So that way would be nice. C5, absolutely amazing. Yes, C5 is the outpost there, which this knight is eyeing. You have one open file, which is the C5. Basically, what does it mean? Jagda. I want to control this file. He says, I want to control the file. Okay, but there is this C file open, and here you have a pawn in the center, the d4 pawn, which is protecting the square. Let's not forget the knight is on e4, but is also keeping some eye on the c5 square as well. And you cannot take with d takes c5 so easily. You will have to keep a watch on the e5 pawn there. So knight b3. And what Magnus plays is b6. He says, I'm not letting you to come to c5 anyway. Now this pawn, whenever you have knights like on b3 or g3 or g6 or b6, what we know is little moves like b3, b6, g3 and g6, they take away those squares of the knights. So that's why this knight has been put to a question. Yes, you did come here. Yes, you did want to do engineering, but you are not getting admission. You have not scored enough marks. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to change your route? Are you going to change your stream? Science के बदले arts लेने का क्या? So that is the question here for the knight. Okay, after b6. Yes, Pankaj, tomorrow we will do it. Thank you for the suggestion. Knight h4, rook c1, painting engineering. So Gukesh is thinking over here, and the natural move which people are asking is rook c1. You are attacking the queen. You are also coming to the open file. So why not this move? It is a very, very natural move, and I would say looks very tempting. You might not be defending this pawn anymore. So is queen a4 a possibility? Yes, definitely a possibility. So rook c1 is one possibility. Someone had suggested knight h4 as well. Knight h4 attacking this bishop here. That is also good. Of course, you would not want to give this bishop, so the bishop might have to go back. That is also a good suggestion. And a4 has also been suggested by many of you. In fact, a4 looks really nice because you are intending a5 later. So I really like this move a4 because your rook stays on a1 and becomes active there. So yes, for sure. Let's go to Vishy's game now. Until Gukesh is thinking, knight c4, Vishy went queen c7, d3 was played, and guys, Vishy makes a very good move here. Please do not see the live board and try to find. Oh, which live board is it there on the screen, by the way? And why did nobody? Oh, it is Gukesh's. Oh, some moves have happened. We will go there later. But right now, can you find the move which Vishy played? Khaja says she said engineering but no admission. Reminds me of my situation. Me too. अच्छा, काफी लोगों का है. जख्म पे नमक. Sorry guys. Yes, who all have said that. Utkarsh Sharma, well done. Bishop d5. What a nice move. Exactly the move which Vishy played. Basically challenging the exchange of this light square fiancé to bishop, which was looking so powerful. So bishop d5, Vishy played this move, a nice move, and Ali Reza continues with bishop f4, counter attacking the queen. Vishy is thinking, yeah, the queen has to go back, maybe queen d8 or queen c8. Well, would you like to exchange the queens by going queen c6? But the problem is you are doubling your pawns, and that too on the open file. So it would be a big strategic blunder. So queen c6 is something which of course Vishy is not going to play. Okay, let's quickly, by the way, they are still following a game. Sethu Raman has played this with black. Interesting. Let's go to Gukesh's game. What happened? Oh my god, they're playing so fast. b6, knight h4 by Gukesh. He actually attacks the f5 bishop. Magnus saves his bishop, doesn't want to give it away. f3, Gukesh is like, no, I really don't want you here. You know, you are this unwanted guest. So f3 right now, the knight is attacked, and Magnus had to find this move, which was important. Obviously, the knight is trapped. If you may see here, no square for the knight. So the only move is, if your knight is trapped, if your piece is, you try to look at counter attack and g5. That is what Magnus plays. F takes e4. The pawn was protected by the knight. So f takes e4, g takes h4, and Gukesh goes bishop g5 over here. This move now gives the advantage to Magnus. And why so? What else could Gukesh have played? The first question is, if Gukesh would have, let's say, simply captured the pawn in the center, e takes d5, then after bishop takes d5, you can see this diagonal, the pawn on g2 looks extremely weak, plus h3 is in the air. You might go queen g4, defending the pawn, pinning the bishop, threatening. No, bishop h6 is not threatened. No mate in 1 is threatened. You might go queen g4. But once again, black would have had a very good move here. Can you suggest very quickly? For black to play here, what would you suggest, guys? King h8, king h8, h5. You want to make some simple moves like king h8, but a good move would be to go queen g6 and challenge this queen over here, and there you will have double bishop. This knight is misplaced. There are threats, rook c8, rook c2 incoming. So that would have been amazing position for Magnus. Well, what happened in the game was bishop g5 was played. The best way for Gukesh to continue would have been inserting this move, rook c1, attacking this queen. And if the queen would go back to jump in with your queen. So all of it was not so easy, all these complications. What he played was bishop g5, very natural. You are attacking h4, you are attacking e7 as well, and Magnus plays f6 there. Now he in return attacks the bishop, but he's also counter attacked the e5 pawn there, plus his rook on f8. It's opening up. Now Gukesh goes rook c1, queen goes back to b7, stays on this diagonal. He understands it's an important diagonal. Bishop takes h4, and right now Magnus takes the pawn on e4. He did not take the e5 pawn. F takes e5, d takes e5, and then also he could have taken d takes e4, but Gukesh would have attacked this pawn with queen e2, and if bishop takes e5 there, queen takes e4, this would have stayed equal. But what Magnus did was understood that it's important to keep these pawns on the board, so that after f takes e5, if queen e2, this is the reason why he has not exchanged the pawn. And the reason is, yes, there you have Hridaya Acharya, very quick, f5 and defend the e4 pawn. That was precisely the reason which has happened on the board. Now after f5, Magnus is better. He is having an amazing pawn chain here. You can look at it, e pawn is already a passer, and these pawns can be very devastating. But this is such a complicated position still. So anything is possible. Absolutely anything is possible, because in time pressure, we know how much things can flip. By the way, where is, okay, the time. Oops. Yes, let's go to Vishy's game, because he had played bishop d5, bishop f4, queen c8 was played, knight c3 there, attacking the d5 bishop, bishop g2, king g2, and Gukesh finally castles, and now Alireza goes queen b3. Vishy plays, oops, did I say Gukesh? That's a very difficult thing to keep in mind, yeah. Now Vishy plays a6. He is ready to kick this knight away with b5. That looks very good. That's a good plan, yeah, with a6. What is Ali Reza going to do? What is Ali Reza going to do? a4. He simply stops Vishy's plan of b5. But is he also intending to go a5 and fix these pawns here? That would be a little bit of a weakness for the b7 pawn as well as the b6 square. Maybe right now Vishy can play b6 so that if a5 then you again have b5. That could be a possibility. Vishy can also insert a check here with queen c6. In general, after the exchange of the light square bishop, Vishy is in extremely comfortable position. He's got a great comfortable position. Also, there is an important square which we are going to look at, which is, guys, the d4 square in the center with the support from the c pawn. Imagine your knight sits here on d4. You would be very, very happy. And that means, are there any possibilities to maneuver the knight to d4? Yes, Vishy first goes b6 and now for a5 he has b5 in the mind. Oof, live board, let me update. Yes, I'll keep this for a while. Let's go to Magnus's game. What has happened after bishop h4, d takes e4. Oh, queen e2 was not played. That was analysis. Rook c3 was played by Gukesh here. Rook c3, but isn't he losing this pawn? Oh, but Magnus doesn't take it. Magnus doesn't take this pawn. If f takes e5, oh, look at this, such a beautiful design on the e5. Man, tripled pawn for a moment. Was Magnus worried about anything like rook g3 and queen h5 ideas? I'm not really sure why he would not take this pawn there, but he plays f5. This looks more tempting for Magnus maybe, and Gukesh now goes bishop g5. Now that's a very, very fine move by Gukesh, trying to, get back this bishop to a good diagonal again. Also keeps an eye on the advance of these pawns. So bishop g5 is a good move. Also, he is in some way opening up the file, h file, because this bishop was coming in the middle of the attack on the h7 point. So it has a lot of ideas, and Gukesh, by making this very, very important defensive move, has made it difficult for Magnus to find how to continue. f4 is the move right now for Magnus, would be very, very tempting. Will Magnus play the move f4? What do you think, guys? Sean says e7 pawn is weak. If rook gets to c7, then the game is over. Game is over, thoda zyada ho jayega. But rook is not easily getting into c7. But you suggested a very, very good point, because why not think of queen c1 ideas with rook c7, with bishop h6, and trying to exchange the bishop there, which is going to expose the king in a big way. And you will never know when the games can flip, because Black's king is also weak. Let's not forget that. So bishop g5. Let's go to Vishy's game. Vishy has played b6. After b6, rook a c1 by Ali Reza. Quite a natural move. He had the semi-open file. He doesn't have a pawn, and that is why it is a semi-open file for white. Vishy gives a check on c6, queen c6 check. King goes to g1, and Vishy is right now thinking, well, what are the plans Vishy can have? Vishy actually has a lot of moves which will help his position in a way to improve his pieces. One is to get his rook to d8, either of the rook. That could be an idea. Or maybe he has to decide whether he wants both the rooks to be on c8, d8. Oh, he goes for something else. Absolutely. He goes knight h5, attacks the bishop here. We are seeing that when the bishop is on f4, Gukesh played knight h4 and your Vishy has played knight h5. So it's a natural idea to kick this bishop away. Now, yes, the bishop went back. And do you want to get this other knight to f6? Do you want to get this other knight to f6 and knight g4? Oh, can there be some sort of attack possible there? Wow, very, very interesting this is. But what about this pawn? Number 1 and number 2, we have two attackers. So actually, can you go knight f6, or is it a blunder? Oh, it's a big blunder, because after takes, The problem is you don't even have any pinning ideas, as the knight will be defended very, very strongly with this pawn. So no, this knight on d7 is tied down until these two guys are there. Okay, so let's quickly again shift to Magnus versus, oh, after bishop g5, in fact, Magnus has been thinking. He has come down to 16 minutes 30 seconds, while Gukesh is having 15 minutes 47 minutes, 15 minutes 47 seconds. So that's a pretty close match, very complicated game we are seeing here. The first game, generally, a lot of things depend on this game, yeah. The tournament depends a lot on such a game. But one thing is clear, Gukesh has managed to make this game extremely interesting once again with Magnus Carlsen. We never see a boring game by Gukesh. Okay, in Alireza versus Vishy's game, Vishy goes rook b8. In fact, now what he has done by rook b8 is he has defended the b6 pawn. It also keeps in the future b5 ideas open, and it has freed somebody of some responsibility. It's like ja beta ja, ji le apni zindagi. So this knight now can go to f6. That could be a possibility. I mean, basically this knight is free to move. Okay, after rook f1, Vishy says, no such ideas. I want to kick your knight away from c4. That's the first plan. So Vishy goes b5, attacks the knight. Where is this knight going to head? Because he doesn't have any of these squares. He has knight a5. But would you like to keep the knight on a5, or would you rather go back so that it comes in the center in the future? Yeah, he goes back. He says knight a5. आगे तो बढ़ रहा हूं, पर कहां पे आगे बढ़ रहा हूं? Does it really matter whether this progress really matters? No, he says no. Rather than that, I would rather take a step back and then progress where I would really love to progress. So that's what he goes knight d2, and Vishy is thinking. Now, is it time for Vishy also to get his knight back? Yes, it is. He brings his knight back. His job is done. And now you see this rank, is absolutely empty right now. Vishy has to now plan next. What is he going to do? Is he going to move any of the pawn? But if you go move like b4, you might not want to give the c4 square permanently away unless you really get something huge in return for the move b4. So that is important. We will see it's quite a dynamic position here as well for Vishy. He might improve his rook position, might go rook c8 as well. So this is the interesting 10 minutes for Vishy. Oh, Firouzja has 20 minutes. Now that is a huge time gap. That could haunt. Vishy must play fast. Let's go to Gukesh's game. After bishop g5, Magnus, after a long thought, has made this move, the best move. He went for f4. Look at this central pawns. Against Magnus, imagine you're playing with white and these pawns are coming towards your king. Does it not look scary, guys? Does it not look scary? But Gukesh says, what is fear? I don't know of that word. So he's here taking risks and allowing this game to become a bloodbath. Rook f1 now is the question by the chat. Rook f1 so that you are keeping an eye on f3. But a good move for black here would be black to play. Magnus will have to find his move. Rook f1 actually happened in the game. And will Magnus find a move? No, Rook f1 has not happened in the game. This analysis variation is, I don't know, it shows it's not a normal leeches which I'm looking at. But will Magnus, if Gukesh plays Rook f1, will Magnus find the next move? What are the suggestions? Okay, Bhumika Shah, Piyush, Savita Ilangovan. Well done. Yes, f3 would be a strong move anyway, because if you take the pawn, let's say takes rook f3, you have one and two guys still defending here. Rook takes f3, queen takes f3. The whole point is you have given a pawn. But no way you are exchanging the queens just like that. You are going bishop d5 and this king is exposed against the two bishops. That is the whole idea. King h8, rook g8, and oh my god, the entire attack from black would look so deadly. I'm sure that Gukesh would not go for, Magnus would go f3 in that situation. Well, but Gukesh goes queen c2. No, he does not go anything like rook f1. For f4, he goes queen c2 here. And the computer doesn't like this move. But is it a move which, for Magnus, easy to understand why queen c2 is a bad move? As we say, it is never easy to allow such pawns and to defend against them, but rook c7 is a threat. Gukesh right now has plus. He's also attacked the e4. So if you look at his threats, it looks all very, very natural. But why is it not a good idea? Because this is the reason which Magnus plays. h6. He simply attacked the bishop and now the bishop must go back. There is only one square. Bishop h4. And once the bishop goes back, do you have time for rook c7? By the way, this would be a question because that's a counter attack. Guys, wow, find a good move for black here. Can you find a good move for black? Man, this was definitely not so easy to see. Yeah? It is highly possible that you can miss it. You can absolutely miss it. That too in a rapid game for sure. Black to play here. h6 is played by Magnus and Gukesh is thinking maybe Gukesh's initial idea was rook c7, but there is a problem for rook c7. Absolutely, Ritvik, Arnab, Shaurya, Sendinathan, you guys are right. Rook a8 and what you are doing is a counter pin. If rook takes b7, rook takes c2, the rook jumps in on this file and you might think, oh, but you're losing a pawn, rook takes e7. But here with these guys together, they are creating complete devastation. f3 with the idea of f2 check. What, you cannot really save these threats, guys. If rook f1, there is rook g2 incoming and this is a complete massacre on the king. So that is the reason h6 was a very, very good idea. Magnus finds it and yes, the game goes on. f4, it's Gukesh is in big trouble. Let's quickly go to Vishy's game. Knight d2 was played and Vishy went knight as f6. Queen c2 by Alireza. He takes back his queen, but it wasn't necessary nor a good idea. Vishy absolutely very, very alert over here. He quickly goes knight g4, attacks this bishop there. Where is the bishop going to go? You would not at all be happy to give up this bishop in such a way. No chance. No chance of that. But what about bishop f4? The bishop attacks this guy in return. There again you have e5. You are attacking this bishop once again. If bishop goes to g5, what happens then? Oh, you don't care. You're attacking this guy once again. All the while, if you go here, the bishop is trapped and you lose a piece. So this bishop is getting absolutely trapped. So maybe there is no choice, but Alireza has to give up the bishop. So knight f1 looks like the move. Let's quickly go to Magnus's game. After h6, bishop h4 was played and Magnus goes e3 here. He just simply advances the pawn to e3 right now, opening up this guy here, the little queen. Now if rook c7, once again we know the idea of rook ac8. Now this time you may not have f3 immediately, but there are other ideas. After rook takes e7, bishop d5, and because you have already pushed this pawn, rook g2 is such a strong threat. And if you lose your g2 pawn, then f3, f2 and the game is going to be over. So in a way, it's almost over, is it? Knight g4, here Alireza still thinking, and for e3, Gukesh still thinking. Quite an interesting opening they played. Then they had a very interesting middle game. But I think, in fact, Gukesh really made this bishop g5 move as well very nicely, but Magnus was on his toes. I think Magnus was extremely alert, so that's the reason he was able to find those moments, the important moves. So here we have e3, and yeah, yeah, it's now very, very tough for Gukesh to save this against Magnus. Yeah, both have 11 minutes, so time-wise, there is a lot of time actually. No risk at all. Let's go to Vishy's game. What happens? Yeah, Bishop F4 by Ali Reza, but oh, Ali Reza is not worried about E5. No doubt that Vishy will play it. Yes, E5. That's the reason he's gone for Knight G4. So E5 definitely incoming. And you see with this knight on d2, this bishop had very little space. So queen c2 was not a good idea by Ali Reza. That just completely, changed the whole scenario. Wow. This is the first rapid game of today. We are going to see 3 rapid games, and it's the first one, the most exciting pairings we have right now. And they are playing this after GCL, which was a team event, and all of them have had a very different mindset. So the first game right now, they're still getting into the groove in some way. Of course, as top players, they can very quickly shift their mindset, but first game does matter. Okay, after bishop f4, Vishy is thinking, let's go to Magnus's game. Has Gukesh made a move? Not yet. Gukesh also still thinking. Yeah, he has 10 minutes and Magnus has 11 minutes. What can Gukesh do here? Does he have any? Rook c7 is out of question because rook c8 is very forcing and you cannot go you cannot allow those kind of the rook on c2 and attacking the g2. So what else can Gukesh try to look at to find some counterplay? Maybe time to get this knight to c1. At least it is blockading in some way. At least it can jump to d3 or e2. Maybe that way. Oh, by the way, we have a move in Vishy's game. Vishy does not go e5. For what reason? He goes bishop d4. Right now, he's clearly attacked the f2 pawn. And maybe he wants to go e5. But e5 would be dangerous, not so easy. Let's see what Vishy has planned for bishop d4. What if Ali Reza defends this pawn with, let's say, e3? If e3, then, oh, black to play. If e3, guys, what would you suggest for Vishy here? Black to play. Yes, time can be crucial, absolutely. Oh, by the way, we did have a member in between. Nimesh is the new member. No, he's been a member for 13 months and he's the pillar of Indian chess. He says hoping for a strong performance from Vish. Also glad to be supporting Indian chess. Oh, Nimesh, thank you so much for becoming a member. Very, very kind of you. Guys, all the membership amount goes to Help Chess Foundation, which supports the young talents. And we also had a member at the very beginning before the stream started. I'll check his name out later. But this is Vishy's game. If e3, what are the... Yes, you guys are right. Prakhar, Shaurya, Sarbajit, Vandana, Chess Tips, Yash, Utkarsh. Well done. Bishop takes c3. You are going to take this. You are going to give up your bishop. I know it sounds like, oh my god, how can you give this bishop? But then next move you're going to play e5 and keep your pawns on the dark squares here. Where is this bishop going to go? Bishop g5. You will again attack this bishop with f6 and this can get a little crazy. Where is this bishop going to go? Not h6, bishop h4 and g5 will trap the bishop. So of course these are the ideas right now. Bishop d4 by Vishy. Very quickly, 1 second. Yeah. Bishop d4 by Vishy. Firouzja is still thinking. Firouzja has 12 minutes and Vishy has 7 minutes. So earlier they had a difference of 10 minutes and now it's come down to 5 minutes, which is a good news. So now after bishop d4, the best way to support this pawn would be, guys, if you want to support this pawn, which knight will you use? Knight C knight or the D knight? Knight C E4 or knight D E4? That is the question. Don't tell me both are the same. Yes, on score sheet the move written will be the same. No, on score sheet also it won't be. Until that time, very quickly, just shifting here. E3 by Magnus, and Gukesh is still thinking his thought for last 5 minutes. He's not yet made a move. It's a difficult position for him. But what is the move? Knight C E4. Yes, you guys want to go Knight C4, which is a good move because you stop all ideas with bishop takes C3 at the right moment. And now with E5, even black will have to be careful for the threats like E3. So knight C E4 is what Alireza should play right now to defend. Okay, let's keep shifting. E3, Gukesh still thinking. Let's see what Vishy is going to play here. No, Alireza is still thinking. 10 minutes. He's come down to 10 minutes. One more thing. Oh, he goes knight C4. And now for Vishy, he has very two interesting moves to play. Firstly, if you are black, I'm sure, guys, you will get very tempted to play moves like, yes, one is E5, one is even F5 because that attacks this knight. And one would also be G5. Let's not go there right now. But here, Vishy goes E5 and says that, yes, I know what I'm doing. I know right now my bishop doesn't really have anywhere to go back. And I am okay to sit there. I believe in myself. This is what he's saying. What is Vishy planning here for E5? Because if bishop goes to G5, then here is the move which Vishy has found for black. If bishop G5, it would be a blunder. And mind you, the reason why you might think it's a blunder might not be the reason. So be careful when you suggest the move. Next move. Black to play. Copy paste of Sagar Shah. Copy paste कैसे हो? Bishop F2, Knight F2. No, not Bishop F2. This is right now protected. I don't see much tactics there. But yes, Prakhar, Sendilnathan, Shaurya, absolutely. Chess tips. F5 is the move. You are attacking this knight, and right now if the knight moves, then you will lose the F2 pawn here. So that would be the idea. So E5 has been played. By the way, a question to you all. F5 was a possibility because this knight is attacked, and if it moves, then you lose the F2 pawn very, very simply. But here, what Alireza would have in return was a very nice move because we don't have much time. I might be showing the variations, and that is knight F3. Because after F takes E4, what you would have in return is knight takes D4. And there, can you look at this pin over here? So that was the reason F5 was not happening. E5, well, E5 by Vishy, E3 by Alireza, and Vishy goes bishop takes B2. Now that's an absolutely different kind of a move which we were not at all considering. For E3, the computer suggested F5 was an option, even he takes F4, but bishop B2 is not something he really likes. For what reason? Queen takes B2, E takes F4. Let's try to understand. Alireza is thinking he has the decision to make whether G takes E4, G takes F4, or whether E takes F4. Now that is an important, because natural would be to take with the pawn. But if you take this with this pawn, then you are isolating the D3 pawn. That is one of the reason, and that too the pawn is on the open file, which can give a lot of compensation to black. So that's the reason you would love to consider GF4, but in return maybe you are weakening the king. So while you make that move, you have to be a little bit careful, and Alireza is never fearful of any risk, so most probably he will take the pawn with the G pawn. Okay. Let's go to Magnus's games. Few moves have happened after Queen C2, H6, Bishop H4, E3. Queen G6 was played by Gukesh. The Queen enters the King's side. But is it dangerous at all? Queen D7. Magnus goes very calmly. Queen D7. Now, is he threatening a move like bishop f5 or no? Not really. Rook c1. Now, Gukesh might be threatening rook c7 in the future. Magnus is thinking what to do. Well, Magnus can attack this queen, bishop f5, bishop f7. In fact, Magnus can even think of winning a pawn by taking this knight here, which is defending the d4 pawn and then taking the d4 pawn. So that is how Magnus can win a pawn. Will he do that right now? We have to see. Guys, Sagar is in Bangalore. There is an event for Arjun Erigasi and Cornbox, which is a sponsor. So Sagar has gone to Bangalore from Dubai and he will be coming tomorrow morning. So tomorrow he will be here saying hi to all of you all. Okay, let's go to Vishy's game. What happened? Okay, he took with the e pawn. What he did was after ef4, Alireza takes with the e pawn. Now that's a good thing, but Vishy goes rook c8. Right now, he's not looking at the d3 pawn at all. He's going rook c8. Maybe he intends to create a passer here after rook c8. Rook c2 was played by Alireza, and now Vishy is thinking. What are the ideas Vishy can have? Well, can he go c4? No, it's just simply hanging because 1, 2, 3 right now against the queen. So you can't play c4. What else can you try to do? Oof, it's a very difficult position here, very dynamic. And this knight on g4 looks so amazing in some or the other way. It is there, it's not at all a bad piece. In fact, it keeps some pressure alive. And if white doesn't want it to exist here, he will have to play h3, which means he will have to push the pawn, which means he is going to weaken the king side a little bit more. So that's the whole point of it. But this d7 knight has not moved since its long life now. So, okay, let's see what Vishy is going to plan. That's why we love watching how these players are planning. Vishy goes queen d5. He keeps the queen in the center, also attacks the d3 pawn. Also, here he is very alert. Could attack this h2 guy here, and there are not many pieces except for this knight which can defend. Okay, that still looks very interesting. Vishy has 4 minutes, Alireza has 8 minutes. Quickly, what is happening? Yes, Magnus takes the pawn. Magnus takes Gukesh's knight on b3. A takes b3, which means he's clearly right now going to take the d4 pawn. Magnus is a pawn up, and that too. Look at these pawns here. They are absolutely deadly. Doesn't seem like anything there. Yes, rook c7 may be an idea, threatening rook takes e7. But then there is a disco check with e2, and oh, the king looks extremely ugly. Can you not go queen d1 check? But it's not a mate, guys. It looks amazing, looks very attractive. But what Gukesh can do is simply take back the bishop and he survives. Of course, it's a bad position, but not bad as compared to the present position. Okay, Vishy's game after rook c2, queen d5 and rook a1 is played by Alireza. Vishy can now just simply chop off this pawn. Queen takes d3. Can he do that? And why has Alireza just given up the pawn? Why did he not try to protect it? Or could he not? If he would have gone a move like knight f3, then what was the problem? Yes, there is a pin, but could you have gone c4? Yes, that could be possible. Maybe Alireza was scared of all of that. He went rook a1 and Vishy took the pawn on d3. So here we have materially Vishy is a pawn up, but these two pawns look very deadly. Though computer says this is equal, the evaluation bar really feels it's equal. I feel practically Vishy is definitely having great chances here, except for the time factor. Time is a big factor here. He must be careful. Let's quickly go to Magnus's game after ab3 queen d4. Gukesh is still thinking. Gukesh down to 4 minutes 30 seconds, almost equal time with Magnus. That means Magnus really utilized a lot of his time. Maybe the decision making was about bishop takes b3. Okay, let Gukesh think. What is happening with Vishy? Ali Reza is also thinking. Guys, this is exciting. Both the games are exciting. Both have less time. And the first rapid game of the tournament. 3 games we are having today. 10 seconds increment. Yes, not YouTuber. This game is absolutely complicated. I must agree with you. Queen d3. Now, Ali Reza, as far as we know, can he go a move like rook a7? For rook a7, guys, there is one move, one idea, especially more than a move, which again and again is being suggested for black. The idea. And the idea is to go rook b6 or rook c6, depending on the position. But can you try to think why the move rook b6 or rook c6 is being suggested? In the meantime, we will quickly go to Magnus's game as a few moves have happened. Queen d4, rook c7 has been played and rook a e8 by Magnus Carlsen. Gukesh is now thinking. He has 3 minutes 35 seconds. What can he do? Ali Reza, Magnus has simply defended the e7 pawn. You cannot even consider taking this pawn and even trying to winning the pawn, because after check, now queen d1 check would be a disaster. This rook is not protected, so that wouldn't be possible. So in general, the rook is on c7, but not so useful at all. Let's go to Vishy's game. Rook. The reason for rook b6, did anybody understand? Guys, the reason was h3. Oh, finally he kicks the knight away. The reason was to keep an eye on the f6 square. Well, but anyway, that situation has not come. h3, knight went back to f6, and now Ali Reza attacks the queen on d3. Vishy simply challenges the queen exchange here. Nice queen in the center, queen d4. What is white going to do? Is it forced to take the queen here? What else can he do? Can he go anywhere else? Let's say if he goes a move like queen b. Oh, sorry. What a blunder. He will lose the knight. So in a way, the threat is knight takes e4. So either you take the queen or you have to take knight takes f6. But with knight takes f6, there comes queen takes f6. And now if you try to, let's say move the queen, let's say you want to retain the queen, these pawns simply start rolling. c5, c4, knight c5, knight d3. Oh my god, it is completely crushing. So Ali Reza must take the queen. That's a forced move. In Gukesh's game, Gukesh goes back, bishop e1. And now Magnus is thinking. But Magnus is winning another pawn. As we had discussed, this d4 pawn is the strength and is the pillar for the e5 pawn. So if you lose the d4 pawn, everything is going to crumble slowly. So that is what is happening here. Bar is so thin. Yes, some technical issue on Chess today. So the bar is so thin. The bar has anemia. That is the bar, guys. जो दिख रहा है वो बार ही है. बार बार देखो. बार बार देखो, हजार बार देखो. Vivaswan, hello. Sagar will return tomorrow, and yes, tomorrow he will join the streams, of course. Yeah, all of those who thought that the bar was not working until now. Good, no, you were using more brains. More neurons you were using. So that's cool. Okay, so bishop e1 and Magnus is going to take this pawn. It's just completely... Oh, by the way, we have a result. Duda has beaten Nepo. And after queen d4, Ali Reza is thinking Ali Reza has come down to 4 minutes. That means the big time gap which was between Vishy and Ali Reza has now been covered. Which means now Vishy has this edge. And no problem on time. It's a great news. So practically Vishy has great chances. Can Ali Reza defend this position is the question. Today we have 3 games. This is the first game. Tom says Alireza just doesn't want to trade the queens, but there is nothing else, I guess. Yeah, I think I completely agree with you because Alireza is a very aggressive player and generally he loves having queens on the board. So it's always a discomfort when you want to exchange the queens and it's like a forced thing. Obviously, these are top players, so they are universal players. They're of course good in endgame and everything else as well. But there is a preference to every player, and Alireza would have preferred to have the queens on the board. But this is another situation completely. And he's come down to 2 minutes 40. It's like, you go blank sometimes. You had such a big time. Like initially, Vishy had 10 minutes, Alireza had 19 minutes. And from that moment, since last move, Alireza has been thinking because he understands that the position looks very, very difficult. How do you fight these two pawns here? Like, absolutely no pawn to stop. Yes, you have the knights which are known as the best blockaders. But in this case, with these pawns, with rooks behind the pawns, black doesn't even need his knights to, come in the game. The pawns are just going to roll. So that's why Alireza is thinking. He's gone down to 2 minutes. What's up with the Magnus after bishop e1? Magnus has 30 seconds and I don't believe that. Can it be true? Why will Magnus think so much in this position? Either he's looking at a very beautiful finish, but no, there was some glitch. That's the reason. There is no beautiful finish right now. Rook takes a7 has been played by Gukesh because now you see there is no disco check with e2 and Magnus goes queen f5. He challenges the queen exchange for Magnus is very, very comfortable with these guys there. Oh, by the way, a few moves in Alireza's game have happened. Oh, lot of moves in fact. After queen d4, cd4, rook c8, they have exchanged two major pieces. In fact, another minor piece exchanged. Rook d3 now and rook goes to d8. One good thing for Alireza is that these pawns are now disconnected. Knight b3, but Vishy is still a pawn up. Knight e4. Is he losing the pawn? Yes, he is losing the pawn. Rook d4, rook d4. Oh, is it a draw? Rook d4, rook d4. Knight d4, b4, king f1. Wow, it's going into a knight endgame. And there cannot be, with this pawn and with the king so close, cannot be much chance. So what? So was it a forced exchange then? Oh, okay. It seems like Alireza might be able to hold this, but he goes king g2 right now. Vishy will start bringing his king, or maybe he will also push the pawn to b4. But it seems that this is now settled down, and it's going towards a draw. Of course, with still some chances for Vishy because finally it's a knight endgame with an extra pawn. So Vishy will try to create some torturous moments, no doubt, but we will see. Either ways, Vishy was black and he's had a very comfortable first round. So that's a very good thing. Next game is going to be white. What about, yeah, Magnus has played queen f5. Gukesh takes another pawn, but it's all over. f3. What a strong move by Magnus. Very, very natural one though. G takes f3. Queen takes f3. And there you have a checkmate threatened in one move. Guys, what is Magnus's threat? This is over. We will have a resignation soon. Oh no, Gukesh is fighting. A check. A last check maybe. But guys, what is the mate in one? Be quick in the chat. Come on, it's a very simple question. Danny asks, exchange and queen will discontinue the strong pawn. So why did Vishy exchange? We will look at that. Of course, Adar, Shubham, Prakar, Erin, Vandana, Anurag, Tom, Shaurya, Harry, Sachin, Anay, Modi. Okay. Queen f1 is the threat and that's a checkmate incoming. King goes to h7. No check. You have any more time to resign. So Gukesh is losing this. But he is not resigning. He still went h3. He is not still accepting. I mean, mentally he's accepting, but he's using this time. And yeah, that's a fighter there. Let's go to Vishy's game. After knight b3. Oops, where did we? Yeah, knight b3, knight e4, king g to f5. Here we left. f3 by Firouzja. He's attacked the knight. Where do you go? Knight c3 looks tempting, but maybe it's in there. Maybe knight f6, so that with b4 the knight can support this pawn if needed. So knight f6. Let's try to see if this goes to endgame like this. b4. Oh, this could give winning chances. This could give winning chances. So that's why Vishy played knight c3, by the way. Rook takes d4 has happened on the board. Vishy will take rook takes d4. Oh, can Vishy go rook b8? No, he'll take rook d4, knight d4, and he might bring his king. But yeah, this is a draw. Guys, this is a draw. Yes, finally Magnus's game is over after he did play a few moves. This is how it ended. h3 check, king h2, queen e2 check, king g3, rook f3 check, and Gukesh, yeah, over here resigned. Magnus beats Gukesh in the first game. Magnus was black. Next round, Gukesh has some time. He must make a comeback in his mind because he will be black as well, and he's lost the first game. Plus, sometimes, if the moment does come, like you were not informed there, though I don't think as top player is going to think in that way, but yeah, you want to break the pattern in some way. Okay, yeah, nice little king hunt there by Magnus, and also by nice gesture by Gukesh to even allow that. So yes, king f2. So Vishy versus Firouzja going towards a draw now. King f, you can't push b3. So if king f7, king e3, if you can't go king e6. If king e7, but then we will lose the pawn. You can't go king. Oh, the king cannot really come so easily. Yeah, got it. That's the reason the king actually cannot advance. So it's a draw. Knight a4, king e3, knight c5 by Vishy. Easy threatening b3, but white has good enough time. He'll go king d2. And I think Vishy is not planning to take his king at all over there. Two connected pawns कितना अच्छा लग रहा था. Yes, so we will go back because there might be a reason why Vishy entered this. Some reason, maybe it was forced. We'll look back at this position. Oops, wait, let me just, yeah. Oh, Alireza, in fact, will Alireza even try? Takes king f7, because if he wins this pawn, no, that's too unrealistic. King d2. King d2. And this knight can actually enter the king side. Knight e4, knight f2, give this pawn away, take one of the pawn. That's going to happen. Why can't Gukesh play bishop c3 after Magnus took central pawn? We'll have to go there. We'll check h5. Vishy is exchanging the pawns here. By the way, Nepo versus Duda. Duda has beaten Nepo with black in the first round. Now that's a big result. f5. A draw for almost there. Takes king g5. There you go. Another draw also has happened. Lupulescu versus Saric. That board ended in a draw. And this game, Vishy's game, is ending in a draw. So only one game remains. Richard Rapo versus Fabiano Caruana. Whoa, and there is no queen on the board. Man, this is crazy. Caruana having a queen for a rook. 2 pawns and a knight. Just calculate the number of points. 5 plus 6, 7, 10. Either way, it's like white is a pawn up. But of course, you see here everything is protected. Oops. They're all together like a family. But this guy is traveling somewhere far on an island. So he might be into some trouble. Engine says 0-0. Yeah, maybe a perpetual. But I think if anybody has to try, guys, who do you think? White or black? Akshay Mohan, the bar is not clear because Leeches has some technical issues. So tomorrow it will be fixed. So that's what Rakshit had mentioned. For whom will you try? White or black? But there is a bar. Actually, this bar will also determine whether your spectacles power is same or increased. If you are not able to see the bar, maybe you have to visit an eye doctor. White, yeah. Yeah, of course. I think with white you have some practical chances because now after c4 everybody they all are one family. Whatever the issues were, they have accepted, and this is now one family. So yeah, the pawn slowly, if this pawn can actually advance with these pieces together, oh, this game is going to last long. I guess so. 10 seconds increment. Unless they go for a perpetual, because white will try. Gautam says, just join. May I know where is Sagar? Still in Dubai. No, he's in Bangalore. There is an event there. Arjun Erigas is some event with Cornbox. So he's in Bangalore. Srijan says, my power is fine then. Okay. By the way, Vishy's game has also ended in a draw. So right now this game is... Actually, the next game was supposed to start 1.5 hours later. So 6:30 was the official round time. And the next rapid game was going to start at 8. But they had the games delayed by 15 minutes. So that means 8:15 the next game is supposed to start. Let's see how many minutes more they are going to play, these guys. Supraj, so once tomorrow Sagar joins us, we'll get to know more about it. I have not been able to talk to him in detail. He was traveling and yeah. Jay Pandit says, I think the 15-minute delay is only broadcasting. Ah. Would it? Maybe. Yeah, I don't think they, because it's not an online event, so they won't start until Fabi versus Rapport ends. But guys, what is the prediction? How much time are these people going to play? Queen c2 has been played. Rapport is thinking here. There is a pin. Is it timed? Because you really want to advance this pawn. So maybe first let's go king h3. Still, will we threaten g4 so easily? Because this rook needs to be protected. Maybe the rook needs to stay on e4 then. And then after g4. But how do you, even after g4, how do you advance? Because your king cannot leave the defense of the g2 pawn. So maybe after g4, you want to bring the knight to g3. Oh, there is another idea. Trying to create a mating net. That also could be possible. Wow. Samarth Chess, thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. Yes, and by the way, even before the stream started, we had Kalpak Raut, who became a new member. He's the pillar of Indian chess. So that's very kind of you, Kalpak. Thank you so much. All the membership amounts goes to Help Chess Foundation, which supports the talented chess players who are in need of funds. And guys, you have been contributing to this cause since now quite a while. It's been more than 2 years, so that is just absolutely kind. And you guys have actually played a big role in helping these so many of the players become international masters and grandmasters. So absolutely big, big thanks to you all. Okay, so yeah, there we have King G4 by Richard. He's instead of moving the pawn, what he says is, let me first improve my pieces. So look at what he has done. He's kept a bishop in the center. Okay, this king, you can see he's trying to this knight on f5. So the king, wow, there is a big threat. Oh my God, he's won. Oh, the game is over. Rook h2 mate threat. Caruana has lost. Oh, and all that we were considering, it's going to be a long game. The pawn has to reach g8, but it was not needed. These three pieces, they were just, oh, he blundered. King h3, bishop went to e7, and that is such a big blunder, guys. Let me ask you, what is the engine evaluation here? It is a weak engine, but what is the evaluation from 0.2 plus 0.2? What is the engine evaluation after bishop went back to e7? This is absolutely crazy. Yeah, 30 seconds, of course, it's a very easy position for white to play in time pressure. But still, I think he missed the idea completely. With Richard, you know how Richard can really think. But in time pressure, yeah, you can forget everything. Plus 10, 12, 35, plus 5. Guys, plus 40. Array, it's like you will be astonished, completely stunned. Plus 78. Okay, number doesn't really matter. Of course, I get it. But that's the whole point. Bishop e7 was such a huge blunder. What should black have played? Could black... It still feels like it's a difficult position for... Hello, guys. Sorry for that. I think the OBS hanged. Just a moment. And what is this for? Let me just fix some things. Everything hanged, I guess. But okay, it was not a bad timing for things to get. I was first scared whether it all crashed, but I think it's all fine. We sorted the problem. All good, all good. Okay, there we have. So this game ended. I think we are back now, and the blunder, the big blunder which we were looking at, Bishop e7 was a big blunder. I was mentioning about king at 7, and if king g4 over there, the king can run away. Basically, that is what we were looking at. So guys, the next game is going to start in 10 minutes. I will come in 10 minutes. The pairings are for round 2. The round 2 we have Gukesh versus Nepo and Vishy versus Rapo. Wow, Vishy is white, Gukesh is black. But they have not yet updated the results. Nope. Let's look at the pairings. These are the pairings. We'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back here and Here we have the pairing for the second round. Magnus versus Saric, Caruana versus Lupulescu, Vishy versus Rapo, Duda versus Firouzja, and Gukesh versus Nepo. So for Gukesh, once again, very very strong opponent there, and he's white. It's not going to be very easy. First game you play with Magnus, with white, and you still have to recover, but he's a fighter. Let's see, we all have a lot of hopes from him. Vishy versus Rapport will be interesting because Vishy is white and Rapport is a very very creative player. So here Vishy is playing after such a long time, so I mean he's played GCL and now this one. Maza hi aayega with white. Magnus is so iconic. Can we have, yes. Fahad says Magnus's domination of chess shows us how much capacity he has to think deep. Yeah, no, not just to think, but also how much. Firstly, you have to be in love with chess. So I think in that respect, you see Vishy also playing right now at 53, still such amazing chess. It's really very few. I doubt if anybody has done this to this level. But let me end a poll 1 second because that's ended. Do check out this article there, which I have pinned, by the way. It has all the information about this tournament. It's a right now for the first 3 days we have this rapid event, and then later we will have a blitz event. Last 2 days there will be 18 rounds, 9 rounds in a day, like Tata Steel. It's going to be a crazy event. Maza aa jayega. Yeah, now which books are you reading right now? Chess books. Who won? Just joined. Magnus beat Gukesh and Vishy drew with Alireza Firouzja as black. That's the update. Maybe we should actually have this. Let me just see. Maybe tomorrow I'll have the scorecard also, how we can improve it. We will see. These are the pairings, but can I? No, the results not getting updated on the official site. Got it. Guys, it's all the dinner time right now for all of you, but in 3 minutes, next game should start. I think in 3 minutes, or if it is at 8:30, then I might have dinner as well. Does anybody know whether the next round is at 8:15 or, I mean, it is officially it is at 8:30 or 8:15? If you can help me here to let me know when does the next round begin, that would be really nice. Yeah, Magnus's game. No, somebody had asked a question in Magnus's game, the last one. Let's just go back. Yeah, for all those who had missed, actually, they had all the opening preparation. Actually, it was Rosolimo, Sicilian, all perfectly fine in the opening for Gukesh and Magnus both. Magnus was extremely well prepared. He had a lot of, after 25 seconds, he gained a lot of time. Bishop c6, queen c6. Yeah, first of all, could you have saved the bishop right now? You cannot go bishop d3 here. You would lose the pawn. So if you would try to go a4, whether a6 will come, this could be an option to insert a4, a6, but you're not able to save the bishop as such. So he took here, takes knight d2. The main move over here is also Actually, knight fd2. That had some games, but knight d2, only 2 games. Bishop f5, and Gukesh went knight b3 over here. Looked fine. b6. Actually, b6 was a very, very smart move by Magnus. And now it was important that for Gukesh to play a a4 or to start with knight c1 and shifting this knight. Shifting this knight to d3 already. Trying to maneuver this knight. f4. Trying to attack this so that, you might force him to play a move like e6. But basically this knight would then belong to f4, and then you would have had some ideas with h4, h5. Gukesh decided to play knight h4, which was not bad or anything at all. f3, g5. This was all okay, actually, in control. But maybe here was a moment when rook c1 was important, which we didn't have much time to look at during the game. And a natural move like queen b7 or queen d7, something like that, then you can jump in with the queen on h5. So this would get very complicated. D takes e4, you are giving this pawn, but in return you are taking the h pawn. And in either case, for Magnus, he had the same plan to go f5. Basically, that was it. But in this case, your queen is much better placed. And now you still have the same plan with rook c3. Oh wow, look who's calling. Hello? Hey, hi. Oh shit. And no, oh shit. What are you like that teacher who is Wait a minute. Guys, Sagar has called and he is asking me, why are you analyzing with the results on the board? And nobody told you. That means nobody was listening to me. That was the whole point, Sagar. Or I didn't look at the chat.
I'm sure in the
Yeah. Remove the board. Array, so many people were saying, oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Right? I'm such an idiot. You have to not say right. You have to tell me, no, Amruta, you're not an idiot. You're the smartest woman on this earth. Okay, but where are you?
Just came back to my room after a very nice day at the Quant Box office with Arjun and his team.
Okay.
And came for some time only because there is also a dinner sometime. So
Okay.
I thought I'll just check what is up with you. And you were streaming. So Gukesh versus Carlsen is already done.
Oh, the first game is done. Gukesh lost, but the second game has begun actually just right now. Are you there, or you are?
Yeah,
Can people hear you? Should I send you a Zoom link?
Okay. I don't want to come through video. I think
Okay,
audio is
audio.
enough. So
Okay, I think if this Logitech pays, if people are able to hear the audio fine of yours, then it's fine. Can you check once so that I'll just.
I can ask the chat that, can you hear me? Is it possible for you to hear me? Please let me know.
Yeah, otherwise I can still hold the thing. Okay, but the next game has begun, and we will go to Vishy versus Rapport. E4, C5. Sagar, you have leeches in front of you. Audio of Sagar not fine. Okay, wait. Now maybe you can try again.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Anyway, I am also not hearing you well, first of all, because you are खर है कुछ तो. Are you using?
ठीक है, मैं 2 मिनट देखता हूँ.
नहीं चलेगा. But are you using earphones? कॉल कट किया या कॉल कट हुआ? I am not sure. But maybe I'll call on the normal call so that his voice might be better. That is an idea. Hello. Yeah, this is a better voice.
But I'm sending Zoom, no? Then
Acha, you're sending me Zoom. Okay, perfect. I didn't hear you. Okay, great. Bye. Okay, so we are gonna have Sagar on the board. Sagar on the screen. Sagar. That is awesome. Oh, not YouTuber said we can hear, but not very clear. So you were able to hear. Okay, until he's sending me the link, let's have a look at the. So Vishy goes e4. I like e4. c5. Once again, knight f3, knight c6, and Rosolimo. So exactly the same what Gukesh played with Magnus. We are maybe a day of Rosolimo. Bishop b5, e6, c3, d5 already. Richard Rappo is playing. Wait a second. A different line than what Magnus played with Gukesh. Have I got the link yet? No, not yet. Sagar has disappeared completely, and well, I'm hoping that he comes back. d5 here. After d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, and castle. So bishop d7. We are still following a game. There we have a link. Oh, how do I hear you? I need to get earphones. Let's see if you can hear me. Can the chat hear you? Are you there? ChessBase India is talking. Don't see your video yet, but I need to get earphones. I can't see your audio, video. Hello? 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 Speaker, maybe I have to change the speaker. Uh, Sagar, you will have to keep me on the call because it's very hard. Ooh, otherwise. Hello? Yeah, are you able to hear me? But
yeah, I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
oh, because I only have earphones. No, but I have. Okay, but so if I can't hear you, even people can't hear you, right?
They should be able to hear.
तो चैट देखो ना, तुम बात कर रहे थे ना.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You should see on OBS when
I
I
can't
talk
see your
is
video
my.
also.
I
अच्छा.
am not coming by video. I told you
Oh, I
already.
didn't. Arey, the call got cut. I couldn't hear you. Okay, so you're not on the video. So, oh, okay, 1 second. So let's, but right now we can hear you well then, anyway, from here. So let's do this only, Sagar, because I am very, it's very complicated for me without anything here. So this is better. I don't know the Zoom. Okay?
Okay.
Perfect. So, ठीक है. We have this on the board and let me open this. We could not hear, we can hear through phone only. We can hear. We can hear both. 1 second, 1 second.
Let, let, let's look at the game of Vishy
Yeah,
Anand
yeah. Exactly.
against Richard Rapport. Let's go to the position. Um,
Bishop
E4,
f1, bishop d6. Acha, e4. First, yeah, can you take it through? Okay, e4.
C5. We had the Sicilian, and Vishy Anand plays the very famous Rosolimo opening with bishop to b5. Richard Rapport goes e6, and it is very interesting that Rapport and Vishy Anand were both teammates of each other in Global Chess League.
Yeah, yeah.
They were playing for the same team.
Yeah, and in
So
the Magnus versus Gukesh were also in the team and they played the first round.
right. So e6, Vishy goes c3, and then he goes d5. He takes, and now Rapport takes with the queen. And the very interesting thing here is that after this Vichy castles, it looks like a C3 Sicilian. You know the
Yeah.
Sicilian Alpine
Oh, it
structure.
does look like that, right? Yeah, I did thought of that, but bishop was on b5, so I wasn't very sure about it.
Right. So after bishop d7, rook e1, knight f6, Vichy goes back, bishop f1, bishop goes to d6, and now he plays his pawn up to d4. So, okay, I have a question for the chat.
Okay.
Okay. If black castles here,
Hmm.
um, what should be a good move for white?
Okay. So is it like a strategically good move or something you are asking?
Yeah, just a normal, natural, a very typical idea actually.
Hmm.
Uh, After castle, what to play? Because let's see how many people can guess it.
Okay, people
Yeah.
are is it c4?
So lot of people think c4, but
Yeah.
the main problem of c4 is that if when white plays c4, what
Hmm.
would black play?
Queen
And
h5.
then
Yeah.
yes, queen h5. And queen is beautifully placed because along with the bishop, it is looking at the h2 square.
Right.
So Amruta, what would you play instead of c4?
No, you cannot ask me because I have engine. So it would be
But
unfair.
still,
But if I don't
still
look at
let's ask the
engine,
chat.
if I don't look at the chat is apart from c4, the move chat has suggested is rook e5. No, that's a blunder. Knight a3, knight d2. But I think one move is bishop d3 to consider. But then why did the bishop go to f1? That's another question. The other move is natural. Most natural move is still bishop g5 because you attack the knight on f6. You stop queen h5.
Yes, absolutely. And I think queen h5 has been, bishop g5 has been answered by Rohit Authankar. So
Oh.
Rohit, you are very correct. Also Nikachu. I really like the move bishop g5. And this is a very good idea because now, if you are
Huh.
not careful,
Huh.
next move I can seriously think of playing c4. When the queen cannot go to the h5 square.
Wow.
So it's just a very small
Yeah, this is a nice one. Nice one. In fact, I can even threaten bishop d3 with the idea of trapping the queen by c4.
Absolutely. And you can actually see that Richard Rapport has been thinking, and he did play castles. He did go castles here, and we will see if Vishy actually plays the move bishop g5, because that is looking like a good idea.
Wow. I think actually not many games have happened in this kind of a move order.
Yeah, yeah. So, Amruta, we will get back to this game with Vishy
Okay.
thinking. How about we quickly check the game of Gukesh versus Nepo?
Oh my goodness, what's happening there? A lot of moves. D4.
We
Okay.
can.
Or you want
Do
to
you
see
want to
the...
take it from
I can just
the
show very
start?
quickly. D4, knight f6, bishop f4, London system. Or you can take it very quickly, actually.
Yeah, you can take it. Then I will talk on the live position.
No. You go with the opening.
I take it. No.
You're an opening expert now. D5 by Gukesh. D6, knight c3. Anyway, I'm going to just fine. A4. He stops the move B5 over here, and right now we have Benoni-like structure. No, in a way, Sagar. E5, bishop G5. He does. Yeah, bishop G5, bishop E7, and bishop F6 because.
By the way, here is my question for the people, that after sixth move bishop g5, bishop e7.
Okay.
Okay. If you play e4 move, e4 as white, seventh move e4.
Okay.
Why is this a mistake?
Oh, it is a mistake. Ah, nice. Good question.
It's a very typical one that a lot of people fall into. Paras Boyer is right. By the way, Paras Boyer in the chat, I saw that you were in Nagpur when I was also in Nagpur, but we couldn't meet there. He was playing in the same tournament. I got to know from a few people, and I was so happy because he gave so many answers, and finally I could meet him, but I couldn't. In fact, I have met Shaibi Binoj, who was in Dubai, Amruta.
Oh yeah. Oh, she's always in the chat and answering very sincerely. So that's cool. You're meeting all of these people.
Yes, yes. So all the people here who are writing the move knight takes e4 and knight takes d5, both are correct, although I would prefer knight takes d5. And this is a very good idea, because if you take the knight in any way, with the knight or with the pawn, the bishop is hanging on g5. And if you take the bishop on e7, then the knight goes back from d5 and captures it, and black is a pawn.
Yeah, you cannot play knight c3. So stupid. You will have to go back with the knight and capture the bishop. I was playing knight c3, bishop d8, knight d1, but that was just simply lost.
I think that should also maybe be playable, but then there is bishop a5.
Yeah, you move your bishop basically, because after knight b2 this knight is kind of trapped. So bishop g5, bishop c1, or even bishop a5, bishop c3. Yeah, the knight will get trapped. Well, that's a nice. That was a very good question and great understanding about Benoni Sagar. So after bishop g5, he played bishop e7, and he took the knight. Bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6. And of course, guys, you know that it's a very closed position, and knights are good in closed positions. That's the reason.
I like Gukesh's solution. Bishop takes f6.
Yeah. Right. And now e4, bishop g5, a5. So Gukesh has a lot of space, Sagar. It looks great until now. Castle by Nepo, and g3. Actually, computer is not favoring this move g3 much. Do you have any insights over here?
G3 is a typical Gukesh move. It is played for not like most accurate. But if you see in the game, he still gets an advantage because Nepo goes b5, which is not a great move. AB. queen b6.
Rook a2.
And now this is a very typical way of defending the pawn because the queen is attacking the pawn and the rook moves one step ahead rather than moving to the side, because on that square it can defend the pawn and it can also attack the black weakness on that a6 square. So,
Correct.
you know, with the bishop and rook. So, rook is very well placed. Now, Nepo thinks that white king is still in the center. White has not developed, so he hits in the center with f5. I think, Amruta, humanly, this looks like a very good move, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the white's king is in the center. Look at his king side development, which is actually zero development there. You want to break open the center, and that's what we say. That is our principle, basically. But in this scenario, like, you have to understand that when there are exceptions, right, to the rules. It's that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But if as Nepo, I mean, who is not going to play a move like f5? I really am curious to see why it's not the best. He went h4. Oh, I shouldn't have showed it.
So the main problem now is that if your bishop is very active, like the black bishop. So if you try to keep it on the diagonal on h6, then white has a very strong move here, which is to play e takes f5.
Okay.
And then if you play bishop takes f5, I want the chat to find a good move for white here.
So for h4, bishop h6, you are saying, yeah?
Yes, because
okay,
bishop
got it.
h6 is the more natural square for the bishop.
Correct.
So then you take on f5, bishop f5, but now find a winning move for white.
You have the chat. You can see the chat, no? Because I am holding the phone, so I cannot see the chat. Or you don't have.
Yes, Krishna Hazarika is right. Savita Ilangovan, Shaurya Ambone, Nishkit Mahale, Anay Agarwal, Akshay Dhingra PJ, Paras Bhoir, not YouTuber. Fantastic guys, beautiful. Rishabh, Aradhya Das, Samarth Hegde, very strong chat. Arpit Pandey, G4, Amruta, hitting the bishop. The bishop has to move, let's say bishop d7, and then you go g5 and trap the bishop.
Nice. Okay, so that's why h4 is not allowing black to stay on that diagonal, and that's the reason f5 is a mistake here. Tactically, it is actually not working out. So this bishop must go back.
It was very tough.
Yeah. Again, I mean, still you make, because you're still making a pawn move with all these kingside pieces just inside the four walls, in a way.
Right.
So bishop goes back to d8. Then Gukesh plays what? How is it now going to develop? Bishop h3.
Wow. I like this move a lot because you cannot push your pawn, you cannot take on e4, your bishop is hanging on c8. And you also develop your piece. So Nepo now tries to create play with c4.
Yeah.
And he tries to create that, you know, his rook and queen can combine together and attack the weakened f2 point.
Yeah, so in a way fe is a threat, because fe you don't have time to win the bishop because it's a mate in one. So Gukesh goes queen e2.
Yeah. And now he stops the f pawn from moving once again. Nepo now moves his queen.
And also attacks the c4 pawn.
Defending the bishop.
Yeah, also
he defends the pawn, bishop, everything. Gukesh now develops. Bishop, this is a very strong move.
But why knight f6 changed the advantage for Gukesh? No, maybe the computer didn't understand that much. It is a good move. Bishop a5 was played by Nepo right now, and Gukesh played knight d2. Wow.
Yeah, I like this. Again, a beautiful move by Gukesh because he is breaking the pin and also he is attacking c4 and defending e4.
But Sagar, so, like suppose you consider a move like castle, okay, for bishop a5, which would be a big blunder, or no, not a big blunder. It was a possibility. So even when you have such a natural move where your king has been in the center and sometimes you are also keen ki chalo yaar you castle and you feel a little safe, but no, Gukesh is ready to keep his king in the center and then go knight d2, like quite a difficult move in that sense. in the timing.
What- I mean, he's just threatening to win the pawn on c4, and
Right.
that pawn cannot be defended. So it's a
Ah,
very good move.
yeah.
Nepo took on c3, pawn takes,
Hmm.
and now he takes on e4.
F takes e4.
And here,
Hmm.
here actually, Gukesh had a very interesting sort of idea that he could have played, which is to take on e4 with his knight.
That's a tempo, na? Right now, knight e4, queen has to move, but where? Queen b6 looks like maybe the only kind of
I
a.
think
No,
I
actually,
think what Gukesh may not have liked. Actually, queen b6
no,
is one move we can
queen
consider.
c, huh,
But
because queen b6, queen b1 check is the threat.
right, but the
Huh.
other move is queen d5, and he
Hmm.
thought he might lose a pawn. But here is where I want the chat to actually think what is a good move for white.
Okay.
Guys, what is a good move for white? Yes, Nikachu, Paraspoi, Roshan, Krishna, Anai, very good. Amruta, you just drop your bishop back to g2.
Yeah.
And then knight f6 check is a threat. Bishop is very well placed on that long diagonal. The rook is hanging. And I think it's completely lost position for black.
Correct.
So this was a big opportunity for Gukesh, but we can also analyze instead of taking the pawn on d5, your move, queen b6.
Yeah, I think queen b6 looks a little scary because queen b1 is threatened, quite a strong threat. So here you have to be precise because if you don't play precisely, like computer has, let's say, first variation, if you don't play well, then you might be in trouble. That kind of a thing. So
Yes, because I want to castle, but if I
yeah,
castle, then my bishop is hanging on
correct,
h3.
correct.
So the move is a very beautiful move here, and again something worth learning from.
Yeah,
You take bishop takes c8,
right. You are allowing queen
and
b1 check intermezzo.
yes, you must give it because if you take the
Hmm.
rook, then I think castle is just better for white. So
Queen
check,
d1 and queen
queen
takes
d1.
a2.
Yes, queen takes a2, and now white can go check on e6.
Yeah,
King
that's the
king
thing.
moves,
Hmm.
and white just castles. And if
Yes.
we look at this position,
Hmm.
you will see that white's knight is beautiful, bishop is amazing. The black knight cannot move at all right now, and this is a complete light squares domination by white.
Yeah. And the queen on a2 now looks very misplaced, in fact. With this c2, c3, c4 pawns, it seems like there's a long way for the queen to get active. Queen h5 is incoming. No, this is almost over, yeah? Like if you get in such a position. But so queen b6 was, yeah, now I understand why it was not a good, but you might fall for that kind of a thing. So he, very surprising that he did not take knight e4. I think maybe the reason would be then queen c7, because if queen stays on c7 and now bishop takes c8, um, because you cannot take queen takes c8, there is knight d6 possibilities, right, Sagar? It's a tough position. I don't really know why Gukesh would have rejected this.
Yeah, he should have gone this. He should have taken on e4, but instead he didn't take it and he came back on g2. And he is saying that I'll take on next move here,
Yeah,
which is fine because Nepo should have maybe thought very carefully here.
yeah.
He brought his bishop to
To
f5,
f5. Okay.
and this is where we get to see Gukesh's playing style in full light. Because look, if I am not in good form, if I have played global chess league and scored 2 out of 10, and I've lost the first round, and now I'm facing the world championship challenger, I would castle here. Just a safe move. Everything is good. Next, I will pick up on e4. But Gukesh is like this guy who just is always ambitious and always playing the most critical stuff. And therefore, his move was
Yeah, he played G4. Wow.
G4.
Craziness,
G4.
yeah. Like, I agree with it that just the attitude of this move is something like to get inspired from.
Yes, absolutely. The bishop is attacked, the bishop goes back, and then he takes on e4 with his knight. And
Hmm.
now, Gukesh gets a similar position to what we were analyzing, just
Right.
with his pawn on g4 instead
And
of
bishops
g3.
on the board, basically.
Yes, and I think this is small edge for, I mean, this is slightly better than that version for Nepo
Yeah.
because the king is now a little bit weak. Queen takes b6. Once again, look at Gukesh's move. He takes on c4. This is
Wow.
very risky
Great.
chess to play
Yeah. He's allowed
because a
queen
chess,
b1 check, but I don't think for queen b1 there was anything for him to worry. The king is so safe on d2. It's very surprising,
yeah.
but the center is closed, so that is the reason this is working. What a risk! My goodness.
Queen b1 check Amruta after king d2. If
Huh?
you look at the f2 pawn hanging, the knight is defending it.
Yeah.
If you look at the rook is hanging, the queen is defending it. If
Yeah.
you look at the other rook,
But
bishop is defending it. So,
g4? What about g4? Bishop takes g4. Oh,
you mean here?
sorry. I missed. I missed that after king d2, the queen on b1 was attacked. No, with the rook on h1.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think on this move, after you take queen takes c4, 22nd move, he can take on g4. Uh,
Okay.
but Nepo somehow played his pawn to a5. He didn't
Yeah. What
take
is
it.
a5? Very different move. Like I think he's immediately starting to put his pawn to a3, and that could like make this rook on a2 a little bit under discomfort. So a5, very cool move, I guess.
Yeah, I think main point is that he wants to play rook c8. Imagine instead of a5, if you play rook c8, then Gukesh has this very strong move queen d4. And I think Gukesh is just better there.
Ah, got it. Oh, so a5
So
also stops queen
Gukesh
b4.
stops it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Also develops
So,
knight a6. Also knight a6, knight c5 in the future.
right.
So
So Gukesh
a5,
goes
queen
queen
b3 was
d3.
played by Gukesh. And queen
Yes, and
c7.
Nepo can
Hmm.
never exchange the queen
Yeah,
because he's a pawn down.
right.
And so he goes back queen c7.
And rook
And
b2.
now Gukesh plays rook b2. And we are at the live position now.
Great. And now g4. Right now, Nepo must take the pawn on g4. That is the whole thing currently. Yeah. So this,
Yes.
and we might go enter into something like if he takes the pawn on g4, then naturally Gukesh will go queen b6, challenging the queen, and d6 is hanging, and c3 is defended. So that this seems a likely possible continuation after rook b2.
Right. I think his position is very sharp, very interesting. Also, as we just said, Mukesh, amazing, uncompromising play, does not let results come in his way of playing aggressive chess.
Yeah.
Amruta, can
Yes.
we quickly check what is up with
Yes.
Vishy Anand?
Yes. We left at maybe we left at castle
D4.
actually. For castle,
We left
Vishy.
at D4 castle.
Yeah.
And Vishy, we were talking about putting the bishop on G5,
Yeah.
but Vishy played X3.
Okay.
And then pawn takes, and now Anand took back with the pawn. And
Knight
the
e7.
main point is that you
Hmm.
want to get your knight to c3. And then, if possible, you may even want to push your pawn to d5 as well. But Rapport went and sort of doubled down on that d5 square, and he said to Vishy, now you cannot push forward. Vishy said, get out of from d5 with your queen. Rapport moved the queen away, and then Vishy jumped in with his knight to
e5.
e5. Bishop came out, Vishy also developed. Bishop came up. And now Anand played this very interesting move which has sharpened everything by a3.
Oh, he's giving up a pawn right now, basically.
Yes,
Bishop
and I
takes
think this
c3.
is the question to our viewers
Huh?
that after take, what would have happened if Richard would have taken the pawn on c3 with his queen, which was his idea all throughout. What was the amazing move that he had missed, which Vishy Anand had prepared? Very tough move, but let's see. Warzone says Gukesh just can't par with world elite. That's the sad reality. Warzone, maybe, we need to give him some time. He's already proven that he can fight at the Norway chess. Maybe he shows it here as well. Nishkit Mahale is very quick, very, very good. Piradia and someone says Rook e3. Actually, Rook e3 Amruta is a very interesting move. But the problem with Rook e3 is that the queen will just go back to a5 and it doesn't work.
Okay. So then, but bishop d2, so then you have queen d4 for bishop d2 anyway. There is queen
exactly.
d2.
So the move needs to take to control the a5 square.
Oh, knight c4.
Yes, absolutely. Divya Kapoor is right. Krishna Hazarika is right. Anay Agarwal, Ranjoy Burman. And after knight c4, Amruta, look at the beauty of the position.
Yeah, what is the idea still? Rook d8 khela to suppose?
If you now the main plan is that you have, I think, Rook e3 as a move.
Okay, not bishop d2, Rook e3 actually. So, but if Rook a d8, because if Rook e3, then there is queen takes d4.
Yes, then you go bishop e5. And the main point is that the queen is trapped here.
Wow. Whoa, this was so good. What Vishy found.
Yes.
Amazing.
Also, Rook c1 is a big threat. Rook c1 traps the queen. So.
Oh yeah, because even a3 is defended. Oh, this was brilliant. Yeah, a3 move was absolutely amazing. What a timing. Alertness.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think after this, Richard Rapport was under pressure. He played bishop a4, attacking the queen. But now Vishy went queen f3, and he said, now I have a beautiful knight in the center. My bishop is well placed. My queen has come out. And it's a very, very good position for Anand.
Yeah, double bishop plus the IQP is no more like it is defended. And now white is ready for an attack in a way.
Absolutely. That is huge. And he plays Rook a c8, which is a big, big mistake again by Rapport. And now Vishy must find
Vishy played immediately within 2 seconds. Queen takes b7.
Yes.
Because he's...
Vishy, guys, Vishy has chopped off the pawn and he's telling Richard that look, if you take on c3 with any piece, your knight on e7 is hanging. So, your knight will be simply ripped off the board. So now, actually, Amruta, what Richard had in mind, I believe, is to play his knight e to d5, attacking the bishop and the pawn. However, here Vishy has an amazing move, which is to drop back his bishop. And if you move in and capture the pawn on c3, then c3, then what is the move that, I mean, there are many moves.
Oh, nice. Oh, white to play. This is nice. Must hai. Too good.
There are many moves that win, but I think the move which is the most clean here, white to play.
Too good,
yes,
too good.
I mean, all those who are saying Rook c1, very good, Queen b2, very good. Because the main point is you're so badly pinned there that you are in trouble. But Kanishka S, Gropari, Checkmate Not Date, all of them are perfect. The move here is Knight c4, Amruta.
Knight?
c4. And the main
Oh,
point is
अच्छा.
you cut the rook
मेरी मुंह अलग ही
and you
थी.
also remove the bishop.
Oh, so but
तुम्हारी
knight
move क्या थी?
knight f7 थी.
Even a good move, I think, because if he takes the knight, then his rook is hanging.
Yeah, okay. But yeah,
Also
knight
a good
c4
move.
is
But
great.
knight c4 is just killing. Also queen b2 is killing. Rook c1 is killing because you know that knight would be badly pinned there.
Correct,
Oh, he
correct.
played knight d5. Knight d5, and now I'm sure Vishy will go bishop d2. By the way, for
Wow.
all those who are watching right now, Vishy Anand drew his first game against Ali Reza Firouzja, and in the second round,
Draws,
he is
no?
now
Vishy
playing.
Anand draws the first game.
Yeah, he drew his game.
Huh.
And on this board, we are seeing that now he's better against Richard Rapport.
Wow. And that too very cleanly. I mean, amazing. So right now he still has to make this move, bishop d2, the final important move in a way. If we consider a3 as a start of this combination, yes, he has played bishop d2 and found it. So I think his job is done in for getting a great position. Now it's all about converting it.
Absolutely. And now, Amruta, Richard might think about rook b8, trying to trap the queen, but Vishy has queen a6 when the queen is very safe. So there is no problem.
Yeah.
So Vishy is pawn up right now. He's also having the bishop pair. He has a strong center. So I believe he has great chances to win this against Richard. Can we quickly go and check the game of Gukesh
Yes.
against Ian?
It has now equalized, and we were at which move? Yeah, he did rook b2. He did play bishop g4 for rook b2. And oh, Gukesh, we were looking at queen b6. Gukesh went queen b7, which was also another possibility, maybe even a better one. And here, this guy Nepo had to find an important move, which he does. Queen
Yeah,
c4.
he plays. And now my
Hmm.
question to the chat, Amruta. Let's
Ah,
see our chat, how
okay.
strong they are. If you take on a8 the rook,
Okay.
what is the problem? Let's see if,
चैट
how many of
चैट जागे हो डिनर कर रहे हो हाथ धो के टाइप करो.
yes, Kunal Sharma, Rishil Shah, Krishna, Rudhan, and Neeraj, Kanishka, Mukul, Checkmate. Very good, guys. Amazing, amazing. All of you. V18 says we are not that bad. Sagar bhai. Arey bhai, man. Dosto, I know you guys are great. Queen e2 is a checkmate on e2, and the king is busted. So Gukesh goes queen b5, and he tells Nepo you cannot give a checkmate on e2.
X-ray
And
defense.
yes,
Oh, can they repeat queen c7 queen b7?
possible, quite possible that Gukesh is ready for repetition, but I think Nepo won't be. He will fight, perhaps. He can try, but
Ah.
not so easy. He can even take the queen and play.
Oh, he
But
went
let's
queen
see.
c8. No,
Oh,
Nepo went queen c8 and Gukesh went queen b7. So right now, actually, it is a question if queen c4 is played, then high probability it could end in a draw. And because sometimes you want to open up your account, as we say, like you don't want to be on zero. You have not. You just kind of get that half a point in your cap.
yeah.
But what if Nepo plays a move like no, queen f5 and all, queen a8 would be just lost. No, you don't have anything because e4 is protected and the knight is protecting f2. So queen f5 is just has no threat. And what if you play queen b7? Oh, that is in Gukesh's favor. If queen b7, rook b7, I thought if a4. Because if you go knight d6, I thought it looks so scary with a3. And the pawn is just pushing and pushing. Hello,
Yeah, yeah.
lots of sound. So a3 castle, and now if a2, the point is this rook goes to a1, stops the pawn, and immediately black would have loved this rook to be on b1, but no way that he can get to any open file so soon, because c8 is controlled, e8 is controlled, and even if he tries to go something like rook d8, I think white has enough time to collect this pawn, attack this pawn, stop the pawn from progressing that way. This is defended. Knight goes back to c4. Okay, so that's so queen b5 has been played. Yeah, it's maybe going for a draw.
Yeah. Amruta, I need to go
Yes.
now.
Yes.
But it was a pleasure talking to you and also the chat. Guys, I hope you enjoyed it. Meanwhile, I think Vishy Anand is on course to victory because he played a very good move, very strong move to rook b8. He moved his knight, and I think that is a brilliant by Vishy, because we looked at queen coming back, but he finds another brilliant move. There is a nice variation which he needs to be, which is like if you take queen takes pawn.
Which where? Can you tell me the move?
After knight c4, 20th move. Queen takes c3.
Because if you take okay, got it. Bishop takes c3, then there is rook b7, basically.
Right. The move is here, queen takes rook.
Nice. Okay, Sagar's commentaries changed after GCL. Very interesting. Come back, Sagar, and I think people will love to hear you. Maybe are you going to join us at the last game or something like that?
I don't think so, Amruta. I will join again tomorrow and then at tournament. But guys, please do like the stream, and also Amruta, if possible later on, please add with its video quotes on mastering advanced tactics. I think people should know that, and also Gukesh is one, so that they can see that.
Okay. And Sagar, how do you have dinner in between?
Sorry?
How do you have dinner in between the tournament?
How do you have it?
Matlab you go away from the stream or what? Do you sit in front of the camera and eat?
Which tournament?
This tournament. After this game, I think I'll have dinner. Otherwise, I'll be dead.
Yeah, you should have gone right now then.
And then I was holding your phone, no? Because I don't have the mic yet. So I couldn't go. But it's okay. And also moves I have to do. That's fine. No, I'm fine. After this game, I will go. Can I right now keep the call, Sagar? And we can talk later?
Yes,
you can say bye to the chat.
Yes, Vishy is winning. All the best. Bye. And Amruta, please eat your food. That's more important than any commentary. So please.
Yes, after the game, I will take a dinner break. Okay, Sagar, bye. Thank you. I think it was amazingly insightful. So take care and have a great time there. You have to tell everything when you come back tomorrow to the chat.
Okay, bye.
Okay, guys, that's oops. Oh my god, what did I do? Okay, that's done. That was Sagar on the call. I think you guys really enjoyed. We had amazing explanations and good questions, and maza aa gaya. Vishy ka game जिस तरह से the way Sagar was able to explain, it was all a lot of fun. Sagar says thank you all. I am in Bangalore, but Sagar people don't believe that you're in Bangalore. You have to put out some proofs. Okay, but with Arjun Erigasi for his Quantbox event. There we have. And Mukul says, Sagar, sir, tusi na jao. Exactly. That's the thing, but he's gone now. Okay, here we have Vishy. We left it with analysis at this point. Queen d8 was played. Vishy is playing crazy fast. Look at his time. He has 8 minutes on the clock. Rook 8. He went queen b7 there. Rook b8. He now improvised. Queen went to a6. Bishop goes to b5. Oh, is it a double attack? Is Vishy losing a piece? But wait, no. He has queen d6 right now. What is the idea? What is the idea for bishop takes c4, guys? Oh, you have this bishop here. Okay, my mind is not in the right frame. So queen, he went queen c8, queen c5. Vishy is sure to challenge this queen and exchange the queens because he is material up. Queen takes and now d takes c5. So this is clearly winning for Vishy. He is 2 pawns up. Plus, he has double bishop advantage. Plus, this rook is behind a pawn and a pawn is going to start rolling soon. So, actually, it's 3 pawns up. I was considering that he will lose this pawn. But even to lose that pawn, black will need to make a few moves. And those tempi will be important. So, Vishy is winning. What about Gukesh versus Nepo? The game has ended in a draw. They repeated and it's ended in a draw. In a way, it is a good decision, I believe, here because as we know, Gukesh has had a tough time, and with this draw with black with white, with again an interesting game, Gukesh is able to keep himself calm. And next game, let's see how he'll strike back because with black and white doesn't really matter with Gukesh. He is playing crazy chess all the while. So d takes c5, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4. Now it's all double bishop versus double knight in Vishy's game. Rook c8, and what an end game with 7 minutes for Vishy, and I don't know if the time is exactly right, but it looks like 12 seconds for Richard. Richard has 12 seconds. Rook b2. Loved the way Vishy handled his time, plus his this combination which he started with a3. Beautiful play. Rook c2, bishop c1. Now this knight is attacked. Remember this, when your opponent has knights, then you are basically trying to take the important squares away from the knights. Then the knights start becoming powerless. Because knights, in order to thrive, they really need good squares. Like you can see, the bishop is a long diagonal piece. So even if it is far, it's fine. It need not have to be on the best square in itself. But for the knight, it really needs to be on those good squares. So knight c6, knight is the best blockader. That's what he is trying. But how can they stop both the pawns? That too with bishops. a5 in the air. You are so happy with the rook on a1. Actually, did this rook ever move in the game? Not really. So, in the first round today, first rapid game, it was Carlsen versus Gukesh. By the way, very interesting fact, as Shahid mentions in the article, that was their first rapid rating game between Gukesh and Carlsen. Yeah, it does, we don't realize it because now that they have played, and in Norway also they played, but rapid game is the first rating game which they played today. And that was Magnus beat Gukesh. In the second game, Gukesh drew with Nepo. In a way, he played against a former world champion and a world championship challenger, back to back 2 rounds. So yeah, he look, Anand Vishy is not even like wanting 2-3 seconds. He's just making quick moves. He knows he has this huge advantage. It's all over. No real compensation, no real counterplay with black. There is no weakness to attack. Everything is calm and composed in Vishy's position. He just has to. It's he has to just make hand moves. दिव्य कपूर से सागर सर बाहर ले गए, यादें बाहर छोड़ गए, हमारी चश्मही खुशी का ना कुछ ख्याल किया, हमको तो पूरी स्ट्रीम के लिए अश्क भर छोड़ गए। अरे क्या बात है, वाह वाह। SC says it seems like every so often Vishy starts playing well and fast like he used to. Yeah, Vishy's speed, absolutely agreed. It's like, I think his nickname is amazing. I think he's the best nickname. Yeah, the Madras Tiger. That's the best nickname. Rook B4. Rapport has challenged this rook, but yeah, the other rook comes in to support this guy here. He's too many pawns. Actually, he didn't even lose this one extra pawn which he had, the doubled pawn. So he's 2 pawns up right now. These, though it looks like 3 pawns up, but here black has another pawn. Rook B3, rapport did not exchange. Vishy just has to start getting his king. King is a piece in the endgame. Maybe not just king, but maybe bishop on. Oh, this bishop on G2 looks great. And then bishop F4, because with the pin you attack this knight. Actually, this is a simple over, right? G3, bishop G2, bishop F4. Then you exchange this knight, and then you push the pawn. Okay, G4 is the same idea. G5 is played by rapport. But now bishop G2. Exactly. You are, there's nothing like, this is all defended. Even if this is attacked, the point is this knight will be overloaded all over. And in fact, now a7 incoming or what? Maybe also you can shift the rook to d1 and d6, or position to resign actually. But yeah, lightning kid, lightning kid. Yeah. The most peaceful play, I think, in this round for Vishy. F4. You know, when you're winning, they say that how good of a player you are. Like, suppose you're winning at 1200, that winning position, you will keep making a lot of mistakes, and many times you will actually lose. Then at maybe 1800, it will become difficult, and then you will win. By the way, Vishy has won. It's over. Richard has resigned. Amazing game, lots to learn. And then when you are an IM, you're winning mostly the winning games, but you still mess it up big time. So as your level increases, as your in a way, as you become a top player, the games which you're winning, how cleanly, how fast you win is also a question. So Vishy has done this beautifully in this game. Vishy won. Gukesh has drawn. Other games are going on. Ali Reza, Duda versus Ali Reza is currently Duda is beating Ali Reza. Oh man, Duda beat Nepo in the first round, and now he's beating Ali Reza. But still some compensation there. Magnus versus Saric. Position looks equal. Oh my god, if Saric holds Magnus, it will be a huge thing with black, but of course looks complicated. Fabiano is playing, Fabiano is winning. So let's have this board right now until the time. I'm also going to eat my dinner side by side. Himang says the best one for Vishy by far is the Whirlwind from Chennai, but unfortunately it didn't catch on that much. The Speed Demon was another very cool one. Yeah, no, Lightning Kid I really like. Whirlwind, yeah, that's a little huge. Not easy to say. I think it has to be easy to say. That's important when it's a name. So you see the Madras Tiger, the Lightning Kid. It's very easy to say. Whirlwind from Chennai is, at least for me, not very easy to say. Okay, yeah, I'm bringing my food here. I'll quickly have food and come actually. So otherwise I'll eat very slow over here. So be there. I'm keeping Magnus's game and I'll join you in 5 minutes. Okay, so all the games are over. Wow. Oh, Magnus drew. Caruana beat Lupulescu. Okay, next round will begin soon. I guess I'm here in not 5, maybe 10 minutes. How were the games, guys? I was not able to follow, so you tell me. How was Magnus's end? Is he some blunders and everything? Magnus's endgame was a simple dead draw. Acha, no blunders, huh? Okay. Tom says, I think Saric had a winning chance, but I'm not sure. Above my pay. Fab's game was crazy. Acha. You mean the whole game? Oh, the whole game. Oh yeah, they really had a crazy game, huh? Wow, exchange sacrifice. Yeah, but too complicated for such less time. My goodness. Maybe the H pawn did the whole thing. But okay, it was all topsy turvy. Super roller coaster. Crazy. So when is the next game starting? Okay, next round pairings are Lupulescu versus Vishy. Caruana is black. And Gukesh. Oh, Ali Reza versus Gukesh. And Nepo versus Carlsen. Amazing. Guys, by the way, do you see that little social media bar which Abhyudaya has made? It's nice, no? So the good news is ChessBase India now reached 1 million followers on Facebook as well. So that's news. I think at some point in during Norway Chess, we were kind of following it. Very few followers away we were from reaching 1 million. So yeah, thanks all of you for that. Party. Yeah, I'm eating dal rice. What was your dinner today? वो party थी तुम लोगों की. No, but yes, it is. I think after GCL, everybody is very happy that it happened. A league which was in discussion, and finally it happened. And uh, I guess it kind of added a new flavor in the chess world. So hoping that more such leagues are going to happen. Sakar says Vishy beat Rapport by playing Bishop F1 two times. Not Universe says GCL was great. I enjoyed a lot. Yeah, how many of you followed GCL very religiously? And where did you follow? Did you follow on Geo Cinema or were you following on YouTube? Both. YouTube. Acha. Dal rice. Very good, Dibbe. Geo Cinema initially, then on YouTube. Actually, later maybe you got to know about YouTube. I followed on CBI. So you followed the offline, like later video wala stuff, not the live one. Geo. How was it following on Geo Cinema? How was the experience there? But I missed the chat. It was really good. हिंदी CBI टू. अरे वाह क्या बात है साकार. It was good. When I was watching IPL उसके बाद तो उड़ा दिया था जियो सिनेमा. होएगा ना चेस से. It was just the first. Bulare as wanna play bullet. No, not now. Chat missing in Geo, that's bad. App takes more battery than YouTube. Acha, this is a new something new I'm listening. Board is not updated. Board is updated. We have Lupulescu versus Vishy, which will be starting 8:15. When did the last game end? I don't know. I was not here. So I guess whenever the game ends, maybe in 15 minutes. Hirak says Anand is currently world number 8 in rapid live ratings. Wow. So guys, this is the third rapid game which is going to begin, and it's the last one for the day. Each day we are going to have 3 rapid games in GCT. I guess I showed you already some information, but we have the link pinned here where you will find the whole information about this tournament. And time control is 25 minutes each plus 10 seconds increment. Last 2 days will be Blitz, which will be 18 games. Actually, it reminds me of Tata Steel, first Tata Steel 2018, where they had the same time control. And was it? Yeah, that was the one where Vishy went in tie breaks. Oh, Yeah, was it? Yeah, that was the one. Oh, that was amazing. All those videos, if you have seen Pragnananda and Nihal when they were little, वो वाले. अब बस टीवी पे लाओ चेस को जल्दी से, मुझे बड़ी स्क्रीन पे देखना है. दैट हाउ डू जीएम्स ब्लंडर, क्या मतलब जीएम है वो बीएम नहीं. अरे एवरीवन इज गोइंग टू ब्लंडर कभी ना कभी लाइफ में, ज्यादा सीरियस नहीं लेने का. How many more games? This is the last game. This is the last round. Um, Third game for today. I think it will begin now. It should have begun. I don't even know what time it will start. Does anybody know how long? Piradiya says dal rice here too. I guess a lot of people eat dal rice at night, right? No, but I also had chapati sabji, dal rice. It's fixed for me. Chapati sabji, dal rice, and buttermilk. Sagar is in Bangalore. There is an event of Arjun with his sponsors Quant Box. So Sagar will come tomorrow, mostly by afternoon. So he will be here in the evening. And yeah, I'm sure he must be very tired. So I'm hoping that he comes back and he also gets some rest. $4. Acha. Where did you see? According to leeches, matlab, oh, it also gave a time, huh? 4 minutes, yeah? Okay. 1 second then. Okay, let's get ready for the third game between Lupulescu and Vishy. Saric versus Fabiano, Rapport versus Duda, Firouzja versus Gukesh, and Nepo versus Magnus Carlsen. Third game, it's a rapid game. Actually, this 25 minutes is quite a good time control there. We see that in the critical position, you are not immediately under time pressure. Many times the rapid formats we have been seeing are around 10 to 15 minutes, and those very quickly enter this stage of time pressure and mistakes. Here it's a pretty decent quality you can add to the game. So this is a good time control, I guess. Points you want no, the score is not being updated. Maybe just I don't have, but I'll get it tomorrow, guys. For sure, I'll get it tomorrow. And all those who do not know maybe that we also have Facebook and Insta and Twitter, do follow us over there. You can check it out there. We have reached 1 million followers on Facebook as well. So yeah, do check it out. Okay, back here. Not YouTuber says my prediction. Guki will win this game. Guki OP. Let's go. Let's go. With black. With Ali Reza. One good thing with Ali Reza is I think. Oh, by the way, if you all remember the game the last time with Ali Reza, he had this A pawn, which was the hero. And he beat Ali Reza. So this time also he's black. And we know Ali Reza also loves to take risks, and maybe their game is going to go towards this high craziness. So great chances for Guki for sure to make a comeback with this game. Miradia says ChessBase tournament is on 22nd because 29 there will be. I'm not sure. Maybe you have to if there is any change, then on social media only you will get to know. We will post it. All your exams and admissions, are they over right now, or are you playing tournaments? You have in the I think in the during summer you might have got to play some tournaments. How was it? Oh, by the way, there is also something I must share with you, which Sagar had mentioned, but I forgot. Let me quickly. Okay, guys, very quickly. Okay, but the games have begun, so not now. Once again, later I'll come back to it. Just now, games begun. Leeches, let's go, let's go. D4 by Lupulescu. Vishy goes D5, D4, D5, C4, D takes C4, Queens. That's what Queen's Gambit accepted. Are we going for Knight F3, Knight F6, E3? What white is going to try is to have good control in the center. Bishop takes c4, and Vishy already challenges this d4 pawn, c5, castle, a6. Bishop goes back to e2 already. It's the main line there. Carlsen has played, Caruana, Aronian, Ding, many top players have played. C takes d4, knight takes d4. And now with this pawn exchange, what you can see is the whole pawn structure is now similar. Vishy has 4 pawns on the queen side and 2 pawns on the 4 pawns on the king side and 2 pawns on the king side. So nobody has a pawn majority on any of the side. Bishop e7, Vishy develops the bishop simply. It's going to go for castle, and Lupulescu is thinking right now because he has to decide whether to put his bishop to b3 or not. Exactly, he plays b3. In doing so, you immediately must observe that the c3 square slightly weak once the b3 pawn has moved to b3. Vishy is right now thinking, might consider b5, bishop b7. Might also consider bishop d7, knight c6, developing in this way. But white is going to try and put some pressure on this diagonal. Vishy is also going to try and put some pressure on this diagonal. but bishop f3 might come to challenge. So we are going to see what to say. The whole piece play will be very important, because if you look at the center or if you look at the pawn structure, that is not giving you an immediate plan. You don't have a pawn majority which normally says, okay, here you have the majority, here right now you have to start playing, or you have the center which is, directing the pawn chain towards king side, which says, okay, you have to get your pieces to the king side, that's where I'm directing you. But it's nothing like that. So piece play, piece exchanges, these are going to be the important decisions. And Vishy with black had a very comfortable round. First game, I think, with whom did he play? Ali Reza. Yeah, it was very comfortable draw. In fact, he had a maybe slight advantage, but it was definitely a comfortable draw. Here with black, he will definitely try to see whether he can beat Lupulescu. His rating is 2584. Okay, so that is one rating difference, because of which also Vishy will try to see if he can beat here. Okay, b5 has been played. Shall we go to Ali Reza versus Gukesh? Because have I updated the live board? No. Okay, I'll update it. Lots of moves have been played here for Gukesh also. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. Guys, what is the name of this opening? What is the name of this opening? Yes, Beradia, Ekanta, Tanya, Karthik, Zwelop, Sakar. Okay, it's a Nimzo Indian defense, obviously one of my favorites. Bishop b4, of course, many people's favorite as well. So e3, castle, we're going towards the e3 main line. Bishop d3, d5, where you put all your pawns. Yeah, but he took here already, otherwise it would have been another line. C takes d5, e takes d5, and now a3. The bishop very calmly goes back to d6. Normally you must have seen many places where the bishop takes the knight, and then he tries to keep the pawns on the dark squares. But in this scenario, already the central pawns have been exchanged, and it's not the same situation. So this bishop has to come back. This is not the moment when you are happy to exchange the bishop against this knight. So bishop d6 on a nice diagonal. Immediately stay alert. Observe that this h2 point is that little point where you can put some pressure after castling. So bishop d6, queen c2. White Ali Reza is also doing the same thing, keeping an eye on the h7 guy. Knight a6. Now yes, this knight is not going anywhere over here, but it need not. It is threatening c5, and it can also play c6, knight c7, and maneuver itself in this way. Okay, so knight a6 by Gukesh. He has 25 minutes 44 seconds. Knight e2. Knight is developed to e2. Now this is something like what to say, again an observation very quickly you have to make. If the knight would be on f3, it would keep that h2 point protected, but this knight is on e2, which means there could be some possibilities in the future with the ideas of queen h4, as this is a weak point. So let's also, this knight is going to go to f4 and attack the d5 point. So these are all the ideas right now, but c5, Gukesh immediately starts challenging the center. He has all his pieces there to protect that c5 guy, and Ali Reza right now makes a move which maybe I wasn't expecting. Bishop takes a6. He exchanges this bishop against this knight which was at the edge of the board for some reason. Now who has played this with white? Ding Lijian has played this with your favorite Raja. He's played with Temur Rajabov, bishop a6 and b takes a6. Raja had beaten Ding with black in that game. So after b takes a6, what is the reason that this light square bishop is happy to be exchanged with this knight? Let's find out. Firstly, this is a doubled pawn at the edge of the file. D takes c5. Now bishop takes c5 and another central pawn has been exchanged and white simply castles over here. So white has accepted giving black the double bishop advantage in return for some weaknesses there. Bishop goes to b7, rook goes to d1. The whole thing now might be about putting pressure on this d5 guy. Rook c8. Black has a beautiful c file. A lot of pawns have been exchanged. So once pawns get exchanged, you get a lot of open files as well. And now white is thinking, where is he going to develop this piece? Maybe bishop d2, bishop e1 is a possibility. But for now, Firouzja goes h3. And Firouzja has 20 minutes. Gukesh just right now touched 24 minutes. He was having 25 minutes, which means he is extremely well prepared. Either he is well prepared or with whatever is happening, he wants to play really fast. But in general, what we can see here is a lot of confidence by Gukesh with black. So h3 is played and Gukesh is now thinking possibilities to bring back this bishop on the diagonal. As we have all observed, this diagonal is amazing for black. There is this little weakness there, and with bishop moving back, you also are able to pin the knight. So that looks like a good idea, bishop d6. But let's see what Gukesh will play. But it's a very interesting game we have here. What about Gukesh goes queen e7. He completes his development, connects his rook, and right now later has bishop d6 and queen e5. Not getting rid of this diagonal, yeah, at all. The other ideas would be to try to attack this structure here, because you have the bishop, you might bring the rook here, but two guys defending d5. So currently everything is safe, but so many dynamics are there. Double bishop is there, isolated pawns are there, weak pawns are there. So in return, Gukesh will have to use his pieces beautifully. He'll have to maneuver well. He will have to find the right diagonals, right squares. He will have to be alert. Okay, let's go to Vishy's game. What did Vishy play after b3? b3 castle, bishop b2, and here Vishy went for b5. Knight bd2 by Lupulescu. He develops the knight to d2, not on c3, so that this guy stays open here. Knight d2, quite a main line. Bishop b7, bishop f3 immediately challenges this light square bishop there. Rook a7. Vishy defends this thing with rook on a7. Looks like his preparation. Yes, there have been a few games played. Actually, Nakamura has played this. Bishop takes b7, rook takes b7, and queen e2. So development for white is also complete here, as you can see. Queen e2, queen d7. This is where Vishy develops. He says that I'm going to play knight c6, not knight d7, so I don't need the square on d7. And Lupulescu is thinking. So that's a very comfortable position once again for Vishy. Another thing we know is the c3 square is weak. So in future there could be ideas like b4 and knight d5, and for that, if you have the rooks doubled on c5, this can really give some edge to Vishy. But that is a dream. That is a dream. Whether white is going to allow that or not, we have to see. Okay. What about Nepo versus Magnus? Just to have a bit of look. Is it the same one? No, it looks similar to what Gukesh versus Magnus, but there was no pawn here. apart from this pawn. Yeah, a little bit similar. Okay, but Magnus is already having a better position according to the computer already. The king is in the center still. Let's go to Gukesh. What happened later? B4. Oh, after Queen E7, Firouzja went for B4 and he attacks this bishop, and he is also going to develop his bishop to B2. Maybe he didn't like bishop D2. So bishop went to D6. Anyway, Gukesh is fine with this idea. And queen goes to D3. Now, 1, 2 and 3. But it doesn't really matter because for knight D5, knight D5, you are still not threatening queen D5. So queen D3 has been played. What the queen is doing is to also keep an eye on the A6 pawn. Another thing is it is very much in discomfort against this rook on C8. So knight E4 ideas were in the air. So it moved the queen to D3. That is the whole idea. And now Gukesh is thinking the natural move would be to go queen E5, right guys? With the threat of, let's see if you all are alert, or are you lazing around after dinner? Just to check, just a brain check. Queen E5 with what idea? What is the idea? But it's still not over, yeah? Oh my god. For a moment you think it's over. But what is it that white must be careful? Yes, Beradia. गणेश लाल नोटेशन इंप्रूव करना है. शमन. दीपंकर, अरे हाय दीपंकर, हाउ आर यू? Tanya, yes, queen h2 is the thing, and that actually happened. He went queen e5 and Firouzja played f4. No way he could allow the queen to h2 right now, and Gukesh went back to e7. What he did was to provoke f4. And why this thing he was okay to go here and come back is because now earlier what was the base of the pawn chain? If you see here, the e3 pawn, f2 was supporting the e3 pawn and the base was f2. With f4, what happened is this was provoked and now the base has changed to e3. So e3 has become weak, and which is easier for black to attack because it is in the open file. So that is the thing which Gukesh got in return. He went back queen e7 and this knight sits on d4. Currently e3 is beautifully protected, so that's not a worry. But knight d4, and Gukesh is thinking, now what is the next plan? Because he tried this, bringing on this diagonal and now coming back. But what next? This knight is threatening to come to f5, trying to take away trying to take this bishop here. You don't want to lose this bishop for sure, at least right now. Or would you be okay? Actually, this is also a question. Would you be okay to lose this or not? Otherwise, you might have to simply move the queen away from this fork and go queen d7. So quite interesting position. Though Gukesh has double bishop, the position is not at all clear in any way. And the main reason is exactly that the knights are not bad. Both are doing something beautifully. One of the knight is keeping a very strong eye on d5. The other knight has, you can see, blocked this pawn. So this bishop is not active, not able to become active. Plus, the other knight is jumping to some important squares from which there could be some ideas. So this game is going to get very interesting soon. Going to Vishy's game. Wow, oh my god, Vishy, really, they play really fast. I have to make sure that I catch up. Takes, queen d7. And Lupulescu played a4. Okay. And the evaluation bar says, nay, not a good idea. Now, for what reason it's not a good idea? Because if you go b4, saying that, oh, this looks like a good square right now, but you have also given this c4 square immediately. So right now, on immediate level, you are not able to get your double rooks here. Plus, Knight d5, knight c3 is also not happening immediately. Whereas for white, he is getting knight to c4 and some ideas there. a5, knight b6. So he played b takes a4, rook takes a4. That's a good thing because you have opened up the file. Rook b3. Oh, what? Okay, guys, what is the threat? Rook b3. Why has black given a full rook? Knight b3. What should black play? Arey Shashank Ashwath. Hi, how are you? Exactly, that's a long time. How have you been? And did you follow GCL? Yes, Queen a4. Queen a4, and that's the whole point. Removing the guard, removing the defender. Queen a4, rook went to a1, and the queen goes. No, Vishy is thinking here. By the way, Vishy has good enough advantage, actually speaking, and Vishy is also playing fast. If you see, he has almost 20 minutes. Lupul square 60 minutes. So you see, that's why I said that 25-minute game, you have a lot of time. Actually, if it was a 15-minute game, already they would have around 4 to 5 minutes. Vishy goes back queen d7. Now, why is it not the best idea here? What was the best idea? Where should this queen have gone? Guys, where should this queen have gone? Okay, got it, got it. Nice, but I guess even if you followed a GCL little bit, even in the second half, that's still good enough because it was kind of one important league event which happened for the chess world, so that's very cool. Queen g4, queen b5, queen c6. Wow, a lot of suggestions there. Queen g4, you want to exchange the queens, but here you have this pawn weakness. Possible though. But the best move was, as Tanya Ray says, Queen c6. Now, why was this such a powerful move? Queen c6. Then all other moves. Why do you think this was that critical move? Any idea? Guys. Why? What is the because Vishy played Queen d7. So what is the difference between Queen c6 and Queen d7? Why is it such a big difference in advantage? This, the bar says white can equalize here, and here he says no, white can't equalize. Tom says that I've played queen b5 probably, but I'm not sure it's good. Looks decent as well, actually. Because the point is Vishy's position is already very, very comfortable. Vishy is not at all in trouble. So the point, can he try to get more advantage? That's the thing. Rohit says because of queen c2. Yes, this absolutely for sure. Queen c2 would be a very powerful idea. Absolutely agree. And the another thing as well to keep in mind is even when this knight d5 comes, knight c3. No, but that is not, just ignore what I said. What if rook c1 here? What if rook c1? Because of a6 support, because a6 defended. Okay, that is also a fair question. Though you still cannot, with the rook and the queen, you cannot develop the knight here. So it is majorly queen c2 is a threat. Majorly that is the idea. And also this diagonal, if you see, which you are controlling, that is another reason maybe. Because if you want to play knight d5, knight b4, you already have the queen on c6. Maybe at that time knight e4 ideas are in control. So it was not at all an easy move, I would say, because we ourselves are struggling really hard to understand why this move is, making such a huge difference. But basically, if a move like rook c1 is played, you just keep your queen on b7 again with the same idea. Knight d5 incoming. Knight d5 is incoming. So what he played was queen d7. And now Lupulescu is thinking. Now Lupulescu has to find a good move. Strategically a good move. Can he play that good move? I don't think he can. Let's see. White to play. Actually, I would love to analyze this position in depth because it has a lot of strategic ideas plus piece play, which square, where exactly your pieces will be better. So this is a little deep in a way in this position. So let's try to understand. White to play over here. What is your suggestion for white? Shashank says, I did manage to watch the game of the tournament, Anand versus Magnus, live. Ah, so very happy about that. Oh, yeah, wow, that is cool if you watched it live. Also, for all those who have missed it, do watch the game. Sagar has commentated on it beautifully. So it's there on our YouTube channel. So do watch that. Queen for white to play. Yes, Tanya Ray. Well done. Siddhant Zaveri. Well done. Bishop e5. The idea is to take this knight here so that you can actually take the pawn on a6. That is the idea. So bishop e5 could be a possibility over here. But if he doesn't go bishop e5, right now he's thinking, oh, did he play? Yes, he played bishop e5, right? Or am I wrong? Why in this new features I don't understand if this is a variation or analysis. Let me just do this trick. No, he's not played here. So bishop e5 is important for Lupulescu to play right now. If he doesn't play, then yeah, black has some time to, improve his position. By the way, going to Gukesh's game, they have made a few moves. After knight d4, g6 is what Gukesh played. He stopped knight f5 basically, and bishop developed to b2. Now this diagonal is something to look for. I mean, it looks really dangerous. Rook e8 was played by Gukesh. Now queen e3 is a threat. Rook e1 simply defends this guy here. And Gukesh goes rook c7. Maybe he wants to double on c5, or maybe he wants to remove the queen back and double on e5. Not sure about that. But rook c7, this guy Ali Reza goes knight f3. Time to take the knight back. That is good, so that he wants to open the diagonal, so that he starts putting more pressure. So knight f3 was a good idea by Ali Reza. And now rook went to c8. So Ali Reza goes queen d4. He has successfully managed, as we have been discussing, that this diagonal looks dangerous, and he is managing to, create some stress there. But what about rook c4? The queen really can't stay on d4, right? Can it? No, not really. So rook c4 is definitely something which Gukesh must play over here. Can't let them enjoy like this. But guys, for rook c4, white to play. Can you spot some tactical idea? Can you spot some tactical idea here? White to play. Battery of queen and bishop. Yes, yes. No, Aditya, we don't have the video cameras. So, right now, at least not today. Patmini, Aniket, Samarth, Gaming. Yes, Divyesh, Shaman. Knight d5. Exactly. Your queen is attacked, but you are also attacking this guy here. And the most important thing is, if you realize, that knight d5 is not possible because of this checkmate in one move. Queen g7, that is the whole point. And if bishop takes d5, then you actually win this piece. So you have not lost your piece, but you have won a pawn. So this would be the thing which Gukesh would have to really calculate for rook c4. What Gukesh did was, yes, he did play rook c4. Knight d5 also happened in the game, and Gukesh took bishop takes d5. Oh, this is all happening in the game, guys. Queen takes f6, bishop f6, but then Gukesh has lost a pawn. Oh, Gukesh is a pawn down, but does he have a compensation? Because look at this. How many pawn islands for white? One. Then there is a break. So another one, two, and then this is the third one. So three pawn islands for white, and for black, one and two. Two pawn islands for black. Now, yes, these are isolated pawns, but as of now, there is no way that they could be attacked. Whereas he goes bishop f8 very calmly. Could he have gone anything like rook c2? Because that looks like you want to double the rook there. Okay, but he goes bishop f8. A nice move could also have been a5. Bishop f8 is played. This keeps some chances for Gukesh to have a counterplay, because just look at this rank here, the second rank. It's completely open, absolutely open. So if black is able to manage and get double rooks there, that would be already a perpetual or some even mating ideas there possible. But white is not going to allow that so easily. Now, here is the doubled pawn for white, where on the side where white is an extra pawn up, so it's not going to be easy to create a passer. Another thing is, after bishop f8, Gukesh will try to exchange the bishops and try to take this ending to the rook endgame, which will give him the best chances of equality, going towards equality with in rook endgame bigger pawn down. So let's see what happens here. I think this is possible to hold. It's not very easy for white with this one extra pawn, but Gukesh will definitely have to be very careful, and he will have to defend well. If he misses something, then he will land in trouble. So let's see. Oh, welcome being brilliant at chess. Yes, I'm doing great. Absolutely. We're watching these games. This is the third round, and Vishy is playing amazing chess. Rook a1, queen d7 was played. Bishop e5 was found by Luculescu actually. Now Vishy goes queen b5. Exactly, you see. So he had to kind of waste a move. Takes, and Luculescu is thinking right now. Right now, of course, he doesn't need to take here because there is no pawn on a6. That was the idea. Otherwise, bishop e5 did not make any sense. So a b5, he played knight d4 now. Attacks the b5 pawn. Vishy is a pawn up, but is it for the moment, or will he be able to retain the pawn? How do you defend this? No, you can't really defend it. Do you have a counter attack, or do you have to play b4? Looks like the only way. Or you want to counter attack. Counter attacking move, bishop b4, but then the knight moves, and then again you cannot defend a b pawn. So b4 looks quite natural. b4, but then there is a problem. White to play. I mean, not a problem, but white has a good move. White to play. Quite a simple question for white. By the way, Vishy has not gone for b4. He went knight b d7. So I believe this game is going towards a draw. But quite a comfortable draw by Vishy. But here this is the last question for you, I think. White to play. What should white play? Rook 8, bishop g3, rook a7, bishop b8, rook b8. Yeah, very good, Deepankar. Rook, bishop b8, rook b8, and now you've taken away this square once again. So you've actually removed the guard of the c6 square, and knight comes to c6. So that is the main point. And takes, and guys, it's not a checkmate in one because you of course have rook e8. So okay, but knight c6 would be knight c6 after rook b7, knight e7. This would be a draw. Rook a4 would be important, and you cannot go rook b7 because there is a checkmate, so you lose the pawn. So that's about Vishy's game right now. This is the position, the current position which we are at, because he played knight d4, knight d7, bishop went back, and bishop e4. Vishy is still counter-attacking the pieces. Last move he attacked this bishop, now he's attacked the knight here. And wait, can he? No, he cannot go rook b8. The square is still covered. So, but can he save this pawn yet? Any more counter-attack? Knight to b3. Yeah, he still has another counter-attacking move. No, but white will go rook a7, rook b7. So, okay, he will lose this pawn. Mostly this game will end in a draw. Let's go to Firouzja's game again. Here Gukesh must play accurately. Gf3, bishop f8, king f2 by Firouzja. Gukesh challenges the bishop as we were discussing. And now Firouzja goes bishop e5. He doesn't exchange the bishop. He says, if you want to exchange, I am happy. I'm more than happy because I get my pawn to e5 here from f4 to e5. That's going to be a progress. So Gukesh is not going to take the bishop directly here. He will wait, but he must find a good move right now. It's important. Otherwise, he will land in trouble. Yes, he finds it. He plays this move a5. It was a critical move that you have these double pawns and you try to dissolve one of the pawns. So a5 is a good move. Also, by doing so, you are reducing the number of pawns there. You're starting to put pressure. Currently, this is hanging. If you play b takes a4, then comes rook a4. What happens is this rook will not just collect this pawn back, but the a3 pawn also becomes weak. So this rook will also jump in to c2. So that is good. So a5 is a very good move by Gukesh, and now Alireza must think what to do. This is hanging. Can he go b5? But then comes a4 and you are disconnecting these two guys and you will start putting pressure on the b pawn. Now the advantage is that you have another pawn and this is not a passer. You see, if you didn't have this pawn on a7, then it would have been very crazy. So this is possible because of this passer. कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ खोना पड़ता है, कुछ खोने के लिए कुछ पाना, whatever. But there are pros and cons to every situation. So a5 has been played by Gukesh and we are going to see what Alireza will do. Do you think Gukesh can hold this today? Especially because in the form he has been. Do you think he can hold this game today with Alireza? First Anand versus Alireza. First Vishy was black with Alireza. It was a very, very comfortable draw for Vishy. Second game, Vishy was white and he played amazing game. Great preparation. He won the second game. Who was the opponent? With Richard Rapport. Right. And this is the third game with Lupulescu. It's equal right now, but what happened after bishop is Vishy? Some things are changing actually for Vishy. Bishop b4, rook d1 was played. Lupulescu did not move the knight away. He played rook d1 and now Vishy took this knight, takes, and Vishy went b4. So actually, Vishy has managed to retain this pawn. Vishy is a pawn up, but white has a bishop here. That is one thing. And can he really retain this pawn? That is something which we have to see after b4. So Lupulescu is thinking, but we cannot say that this is a dead draw. Like, there's still some moves to be made to say that whether it could be a draw or not. But as of now, Vishy has some practical chances. It all depends on how Lupulescu is going to play. The next 2-3 moves are very important. 5 minutes for Lupulescu and Vishy has 15 minutes. Now that is definitely one of the psychological advantage he will have. So white to play. Knight is the best blockader. Maybe knight b3. But king is also a piece in the endgame. So maybe moving the f pawn so that you can get your king to f2 very quickly. As we had seen in the earlier game also, I think it was Vishy itself, where the king very quickly brought the against the extra pawn. Quite similar there. How was h5 here? Exactly where? If ba4 exchange the bishops, then rooks say double attack the pawns. Right. कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ करना पड़ता है. Right, Ashwat. I suspect he will hold it. He's got a lot of time, says Tom. Yeah, that's yeah, he has 12 minutes. Okay, what has happened? After a5, b takes a5 by Ali Reza. He takes this and Gukesh goes rook c5. He doesn't go rook a4. He likes rook c5 better because in this case he is attacking a double attack over here and here. So bishop g7 forces him to take and rook b1. Rook takes a5, rook b3. Gukesh is thinking, wait, yeah, can he give check here? Or maybe you asked h5 over here. Yeah, h5 is a good move because if you have the pawn on h4 and you have clamped this king, then because of these pawns here, the king cannot really come forward very soon. And then having the control of the 7th rank will be much more effective. So definitely h5 is a very good move over here. h5 is in fact a very strong move where white would never want your pawn to be on h4. He himself will have to make the move h4. So yes, I really like that move. Rook b3 and Vishy is thinking. Sorry, Ali Reza is thinking. What's with the names? b4 here, Lupulescu is thinking, and Lupulescu has gone down to 3 minutes. Okay, what if bishop d6? Why did he not play bishop d6? Isn't he winning a pawn here? But bishop d6 would have landed him in a bit of a nice counter-attacking move. Black to play. If Lupulescu had played bishop d6, guys, what would Vishy have played? Mandar says, big fan and excellent coverage of Chess League. Oh yes, Mandar, thank you so much. We had Aditya, Abhyudaya and Sagar over there, and we had here Shahid, Himang. The tournament coverage was, yeah, I also think was done really well. Yes, I have two moves, rook 8 and rook c8. Absolutely, rook c8 would be a big counter threat. You cannot collect this because of checkmate in one. Guys, you are alert. Well done. b4, but he did not play bishop d6. He went rook b2 and he attacks the pawn. That's a smart move. Vishy went rook c8 and h3 by Lupulescu. Oh my god, h3 is a mistake. h3 is a mistake because now Vishy, what if Vishy is able to get rook c4 and this pawn is defended? The first task is that you have defended this pawn. If Lupulescu attacks the pawn again, then you bring your knight to d5. Once again it is defended. You don't have time to play e4 and kick this knight away because d4 is hanging when your rook is on c4. Now that is the biggest thing. Actually, Vishy is able to, if Vishy is able to save this pawn, then he has great winning chances. Vishy could win this game. Wow. Look at this, guys. Anything can happen. And where did it all change for Lupulescu, actually speaking? Yeah, over here, rook d1 was the first, not the best move. Actually, he should have moved the knight. And at this point of time, the best move was f3, where you want to bring your king here, but still trying to get away from the checkmate ideas. But still, it's not easy. There was a lot of pressure. Rook c4, and now after h3, Vishy is thinking he will play knight. Does it make a difference if you first go knight d5 and allow e4? Not really, because here you have rook c4. But still, I would like the move order as first rook c4 so that I don't have to enter this bishop versus knight endgame. So rook c4 by Vishy. Wow, he can win this endgame. Great chances for Vishy. Let's go to Gukesh. Can he hold that endgame? Rook b3 has been played and Gukesh is still thinking. He has 8 minutes on the clock. Alireza has 9 minutes. Okay, time wise things are in control. Most natural move here looks like rook c2 and h5 as we were discussing. But what if you first go rook c2, king g3? If king g3 and rook a2, you will recover the pawn, you will win the pawn. But then white must play rook e2 and stop rook a2. This is something, but is the rook endgame, single rook endgame, winning or drawing? It's still equal. Still equal. But why to exchange when you can retain the double rooks? Double rooks are easier because one rook can attack this weakness, one rook can attack the other weakness. So yeah, I think Gukesh will hold this. Gukesh will hold this. He has to take care of time though, not to fall under pressure. Let's go to Vishy's game. Vishy goes knight d5, which means that Vishy is not really worried about the move e4. Yeah, he has calculated rook c4 very well and he is confident about this endgame which was arising after takes, rook takes d4, takes and takes. Yeah, this endgame he is confident about this pawn up because knight f6, knight d5 is incoming. Whoa, that will be amazing with black. If Vishy is able to win this game, he will be, I guess, on the leaderboard. Sarfaraz says missed Super League. Exciting that it was a global chess league. Exciting that the underdog team won. 11 is special when there is a team tournamental. Yeah, Levon Aronian. It's definitely a chess heartthrob, we can say. Everybody loves him. So guys, this is the third round. Oh, the move has happened on the board. Bishop d6 has been played by Lupulescu. And for sure, we are going to see rook c4 on the board. This is the third round. The last for today. The last of the rapid game of the Super United. And tomorrow we'll have another 3 rounds. 6:30 it will start. Guys, be there. Last 2 days we have Blitz. So that will also be very exciting to see Blitz once again. Magnus versus Gukesh, Gukesh versus Vishy. Maza aega. Also tomorrow we'll have Sagar joining in because he will be back from Dubai to Bangalore to Mumbai. Lokesh says, where can we reach you? Yeah, I'm not active on social media. Here, you can reach me here. So, bishop d6. ठीक है. Let's quickly go to Gukesh. He has made a move. Rook b3, rook h5 has been played. King g3 and maybe it's going to be a dance between these two rooks. Now does he want to play rook c2? But tell me something, if you go rook c2 right now, white is having a good idea. Can it get dangerous for black? Can it get dangerous for black if white starts with e4 because black literally has no threat? Well, I mean, definitely he will have to be more careful. But what Gukesh goes is rook to c5, doubles his rook so that he can challenge here with rook c3 if needed. e4 played anyway, and now he goes rook c7. He's not gone rook c3 trying to exchange one rook. He's not gone rook. He still is trying to figure out rook at c7 and e5 by Alireza. So this pawn has advanced as much as it could without any stress of exchange. So यहाँ तक आ गया है. What next? Because here the extra pawn you can see is quite meaningless unless you have got f5 and this has been exchanged and then the other pawn comes to f4. So f5, to play f5, successful f5. Wait, is he already threatening that? f5 takes and king f4. It's still not a position where we can say that, oh, it's a simple and plain draw. Gukesh needs to be alert, and here he goes rook c2. A natural idea right now. But white is slowly improving his pieces and in fact even pawns in this scenario, because it is extremely important to improve the pawns as well. Also, white has some very, very interesting plan. But does he have time? Rook d3, rook d6, or keep the rook on 6th rank so that you can go rook a6, and instead of, being defensive on b3, you are also attacking the a7, you are defending a3, plus you are taking care of the 6th rank. Now that could get dangerous. So rook d3 might be a good idea for Ali Reza. Let's see, but this is not easy. This is not easy for Gukesh. Practically, it is definitely not easy. I'm not sure why he went rook h5. This point, rook c2 was really very natural. h5 was also very natural. It wasn't a Gukesh-like move. Rook h5 was not at all a Gukesh-like move, which means he could be under pressure. Okay, let's go here. Rook c4 by bishop d6. Oh, Vishy played knight c5. He did not play rook c4. He played knight c5. But then takes. Rook takes c5. And e4. Because now you don't have rook to c4. Though it was important for white to attack this pawn on b4 with the knight. Force him rook c4. Because if you go rook b5, then there is e4 and you lose the pawn. So force him rook c4. And here, guys, white to play. Can you find a beautiful move? This was important that Lupulescu had to find it. Can you find a beautiful looking move for white? Guys, f3 is not even a beautiful looking move. But who knows? Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I actually gave such a big hint. Beautiful looking move. Which with these pieces were very few. Yes, absolutely. Nishkit Mahale, Nitya, Kaushik, Harry Potter, Siddhant, Deepankar. Yes, knight a3, and now that's a beautiful looking move, because if you take b takes a3, then guys, you're back ranked. Do not forget. So knight a3 and attacking the rook, that would be a beautiful looking move. So this could be like the best way for white to continue. Still not sure if it would be enough to equalize or not. But in the game, what happened was rook c5 was played. He played rook c4. E4, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, E4 was played, rook C4, rook A2, because if you take here, then takes, and in this rook endgame, Vishy knows that he can convert this because his rook is placed decently well. The king is incoming, so this is fine. Rook is not behind a pawn, but rook is on the side. It's not like it is stuck here in defense and this rook is behind a pawn. So that's why this was fine. Rook a2, knight went to b6. Now this knight is attacked. Rook went to a6, attacks this knight, and you cannot move it because there is a mate here. Rook d4, rook b6, f3, and rook b6, h5 by Vishy. Finally, back rank problem is solved. f3 by Lupulescu. Vishy is clearly better. Vishy has 7 minutes. Lupulescu has only 45 seconds, 47 seconds. Now that's very less time to defend this particular position. He has got a rook behind a pawn, but it is too late. Already h4 is clamping this structure here, because whenever you take a break, you are already disconnecting these guys here, and one of the pawn is becoming isolated. So h4, strong move for Vishy. Of course, he could also continue with king h7 right now, but in general, the rook ending is clearly better. Very funny that we, in both the games, we are facing rook endgame. By the way, in Gukesh's game, after e4, rook h c7, e5 was played, rook c2 was played by Gukesh, and f5 happened. This exact position we were discussing about f5, gf5, king f4, and this has happened in the game. But here Gukesh is thinking, and he has a very nice move, though practically to consider that not very easy, but black to play. Gukesh, if he finds this strong defensive idea, that would really be amazing. Can he find it? Black to play. Black to play, guys. Black to play. Can you find for Gukesh? Let's see. Sakar says it's a treat to watch Vishy playing. Absolutely agree. Oh, he finds it. And all of you, Gukesh has taken away your chance right now. f6. I thought this is very hard because, you know, it feels like you have given this pawn like, ki chalo tum aage badho zindagi mein, that kind of a thing. But no, f6 is a timing right now, because if you go e6, then the reason why this was important at this point of time, the reason is, look at this. Okay, very nice. Yes. Oh, this is happening on the board. Wow. Gukesh is showing rook c4 check. King goes back. I thought this, yeah, this rook check. King goes back. And the pawn which is advanced, important thing to note is that now you have an extra piece which earlier was not coming into anything, not being very active. Suddenly this piece is going to be very important, because the weakness is pretty close to the king to g7. That's the reason this pawn, sooner or later, it's going to be lost. Or maybe if not this, then by trying to save this pawn, something else. But the king right now is cut off. Gukesh has doubled pawns here. Pawns are equal. If you remember, Alireza had given a pawn sacrifice, but he did not recover. The key point was check if king takes f5. This was the key point. Guys, black to play. Dekhte hai kitne alert ho. Here was the key point, because of which f6 was such a damn timing by Gukesh. So that's good. He is alert. He is absolutely alert. Tom says, I'll admit that f6 was not on my radar. Okay, that's awesome. Yes, rook 7 c5, and there is a checkmate. Actually speaking, it's a checkmate. I mean, rook e5, rook e5. So this pawn on e6 has taken away the escape square of the king. That's the reason f6 was just bang on, you know, f6. What a timing. And e6, now this is definitely something Gukesh is going to defend. Here we have no doubts anymore. So rook d3 by Alireza. He is threatening rook d7 here. But do you even have to worry for rook d7? Because you can simply take, go rook d4. And if rook e7 here, you still have to not worry, because there is no queen happening. By the way, they are making some moves. Rook c6. No, I guess I'm hearing some moves somewhere else. Okay, a lot of moves in Vishy's game. Vishy is almost winning. We left it at h5, f3. Yes, Vishy went for h4. g4 immediately by Lupulescu. King h7. Vishy now starts bringing his king. But here, he first pushes the pawn in the center. e5. Actually, he secures his rook in the center, which is going to defend this. Plus, it's going to cut the king off. Plus, this pawn is doing his job amazingly well. And g5, rook c3 check. Look at this king. Can't come anywhere up. King goes back, and now b3. Slowly the pawn is advancing. Rook b5. Black to play. Of course, Vishy can defend a pawn if he wants, or first he can also give a check, and maybe something like taking here on h3. So Vishy has 4 minutes. He has time to choose basically whether rook c2, rook h2 ideas, or whether he wants to go f6 here. So Vishy is winning, which is a great news. And Gukesh's game, Gukesh has equalized now without much of worry. Rook d3, he went back rook c6. This pawn is attacked. Rook d7. Do not make a mistake. Do not make a blunder of taking here, because then you might think, oh, if rook takes c6, I have rook d7. But the problem is there is an X-ray, so you will lose your rook. So rook c6, he plays rook d7 takes rook d6, check, and the king goes up. Now the rook is tied down forever for the d7 pawn, and he cannot really move the pawn. Has the game ended in a draw? No, they're still playing. King g6, white to play. White is thinking, but pawns are also equal, so this king, no, it cannot even try to activate itself. Pawns here are now quite beautiful actually. Maybe they will push one of the pawn, and okay, so this is ending in a draw. Let's see how Vishy is going to convert this. He goes rook c2 check. He decides to complicate. Opponent doesn't have time. Rook, I mean not complicate, but actually making his opponent think. Rook takes h3 here. He's taken this pawn. The king is closer to g5 pawn. Another pawn he's going to be winning after rook g3. Clean sweep once again. Actually it should have been. I'm very surprised by those few 2 to 3 moves in between, those moments where Lupulescu, where slowly it kind of changed. Did not really think of it that way, but Vishy is in an amazing form. Rook b2 here. Can you go h3? Force him to go rook h2 and then go king g6. Okay, he goes king g6. Works as well. Himang says f6 is actually attacking move in that way, creating threats against the black king, against the white king. But yeah, this is surprising that both Gukesh and Vishy both are playing rook endgame. King g6. And now what are you going to do? You want to give check? Then I have this. It's just over. Oh, it's over. Actually, well, it's over because Lupulescu resigns. He knows strategically nothing can be done. If you go here, there is h3. Then next there is king g5, king h4, rook g2, and that's going to be ending. So Lupulescu resigns. Vishy wins. Vishy has moved to 2.5 out of 3. That's a great score. That too with two blacks. And that too with he played with Ali Reza, he played with Richard Rapport, and now he played with Lupulescu. So Vishy has had a great day today. Going to Gukesh's game, they had a few exchanges. Rook e7, king g6, h4, a5, h5 check was given. King h5, rook, he picks up the h7 pawn, and Ali Reza now goes back to e7. Gukesh is going to keep his rook on d3. That's the only thing he has to take care. Nothing else. Whatever happens. So a4, he'll go rook d4. For a moment, cut this king off. But what a day for Vishy, yeah? And what a play by Vishy. I think the second game where we also had Sagar on phone commentary was amazingly well played. Just brilliant. A3 move was right on the spot. Do check it out for all those who have missed. And Gukesh will move to 1 point. By the way, Nepo versus Magnus Carlsen game has ended in a draw. Oh, Gukesh's game also ends in a draw. They agree for a draw right now after a4. So Gukesh actually has saved a day. So that's a good thing. Today it's all in control. Tomorrow Gukesh will have 2 whites or what? Yes, tomorrow Gukesh and Anand, Vishy, both will have 2 whites out of 3 games. So let's see. Well, in the rapid, it's not mattering as much, but still, you never know. Two more games are going on. Fabiano, oh, they also are playing Rook Endgame today. What is happening? Third round full of Rook Endgames. Rook G3 was the last move by White. Yeah. And it's a draw. This one is a draw. There's nothing here much. Duda versus, Rapport versus Duda. Rapport is White. Oh, once again. You remember how, who, was it Rapport who mated Caruana? Yeah, I think so. With that rook and knight and bishop. Once again, these pieces here. But the bishop is defending well. Still, oh, the king is trapped. You need one check with the knight. You need the knight check on f7. Oh, no. You need the knight on g5 so that rook h7 is a mate. But do you have time? Knight has gone to e2. Is there rook b1 check? But then you have knight. Okay, so if rook b1 check, there is knight g1. Because if the rook is not taking care here, then there is always rook f1, rook f8 mate threat. Mate in 1. Okay, so knight g1. But if white gets knight g5 after, maybe this is still not protecting the back rank. And this is again not easy because there is bishop c6 and checkmate. Oh, wow. What a game. What a position. White is a full piece up. Okay. But these bishops and the king, he still has some work to do there. Knight g1. Is Vishy in top spot now? I guess he will be on leaderboard for sure. Not Universe says my prediction was wrong. I am still happy. Gukesh has 2 out of 6 right now. Oh yeah, here the point system is different. If you win, you get 2 points. And if you draw, you have 1 point. Okay, the point system is different. So Gukesh has 2 out of 6. That means Vishy will have, Vishy is, by the way, Rakshit says Vishy is now 2756. Number 8th in rapid, just behind Duda, who is 2756.5. So only half a point difference. And Vishy is 2756.1. So actually only 0.4 points of difference. Got it. That's a good statistics. Yeah, Vishy OP for sure. Oh, this game is very interesting. H4 is played by Rapport. Let's see how he's going to convert. Bishop e4, rook c7, d5. Here there is a disco there. Rook d7. Now you are threatening this. d4. And you want to exchange one bishop, otherwise you are not able to really move, make the king safe. If you cannot make the king safe, one knight, which is an extra knight, is tied down like a pawn for the king. So he's exchanging the piece. Bishop goes back, rook attacks this bishop. Now that too goes back. Now maybe you can attack again. Yeah, he attacked again, and after bishop e5 he's gone g3. So the idea is if you take the pawn on g3, then it's going to be over because of check, and no, this is not a mate because this will hang, but first a check and then it's anyway a mate. I like how both the kings have been, kind of in a tough situation. So d3 by white, knight f3, as we have already observed. Once the knight reaches on g5, rook h7 is a mate. You don't care whether black has queened or not. Material is not going to matter. Check. King moves there. Check. Can't go here. Is it going to be... No, he can go here like this. Twing, 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 twing. Behind Rapport. Okay. Himan says if Duda loses this, I believe Anand takes sole lead. You mean if Rapport wins this right now with white, then Vishy will be the sole leader. Okay, great news. But yeah, this is actually lost for Duda anyway. Goes knight d7 and now rook f8 is a mate threat. Checkmate in one. You have to go back. He goes back. But then your king is free. King goes to f3. This knight stops this guy. King has gone to f3. Threat is g4. So that the bishop slowly has to go passive. You don't, bishop c8 can't. Oh, actually g4 was winning a piece because if bishop c8 there is mate. So rook e8. So that he kept this for g4, bishop c8. But anyway, g4. Once one bishop's activity is super lost, then white, even the king becomes a piece, yeah? Okay, knight c4 is gone. Once again threatening knight e5, rook e5, rook f8 mate. This back rank is very, very irritating for black. With this, look at this pattern, yeah? With the king on h8 in the corner, a pawn in front of it, and this bishop on h6. But important is, yes, this checkmate is always so irritating. g4 finally on the board. Maybe a resignation soon. But I like how Richard Rapport's endgame positions are very sharp. Rakshit says if Vishy plays the next Olympiad, we'll have one of the strongest men teams. And I think it will be one of the first times for India. The top four boards are 2700 plus. And maybe by that time, all five boards. Yeah, not maybe. For sure by that time. So bishop c8. And now what? Which piece you want to bring? He goes knight d6, d2, queen threatened. But do you care? Yeah, just give your piece back. You have got you get a wonderfully placed pieces. Bishop takes d2. What's immediately happening though? Uh, Bishop takes d2. Bishop takes d2. Why? If bishop takes d2, knight takes. Okay, there is no mate anyway. Well, he resigned. He's losing. So Rapport wins, which means that Vishy is now the sole leader. And let's look at the, what to say, rankings. Do we have it here? Wait. Here I have the rankings, yeah. Guys, Rakshit, can you share the rankings here? Or any link which I should go to? Because the official page I went, but they had not updated over there. Next Olympia 2024 will be held at Budapest, Hungary. Yes, Himang. That will be 2024. So for that's why I said maybe it's not maybe that we'll have a fifth player on 2700. For sure we will have. Sujit says my order of watching games that interest me. First Vishy, then Dubov, then Magnus the Great, then Prague, then Levon or Grishchuk recently. Old games, okay. Tal, Fisher, Judith, Kasparov, Kramnik. Nice. Okay, maza aaya. Guys, thank you so much for following the stream, for watching the stream. We did had one disconnect in between, but that was just a disconnect, and we were right back. We also had Sagar for phone doing phone commentary with us with great insights for Vishy's game number 2. So that was cool. Tomorrow we will have Sagar who will be joining us. He's coming back from Bangalore. So I think it will be a lot of fun. Also, I have been waiting for him. It's been a long time since 19th, and very last moment his plan of Bangalore happened. So yeah, really waiting for him to come back. You can check the standings here. Okay, let's check the standings there. Yeah, guys, Vishy is leading. He is on 5 out of 6, followed by Magnus Carlsen, 4 out of 6, Richard Rappo, 4 out of 6, Duda, 4 out of 6, followed by Caruana Saric on 3 out of 6, Nepo on 2 out of 6, Firouzja on 2 out of 6, and Gukesh on 2 out of 6, and Lupulescu on 1 out of 6. So thank you so much. That clears it all. That's correct. Vishy is leading, a sole leader already by the end of the first day. And tomorrow I'll see you all at the same time, 6:30 p.m. Be there. We'll all be very exciting. Also with more exciting with Sagar and maybe a few of his stories as well from there. Ma'am, I lost my rating by 200. What should I do? Asks Radha. Do not cry. Well, I think whenever you lose something, you should use that as an opportunity to be double motivated, double inspired, because these are the moments which really push you hard. And in fact, right now we have the best example in front of us. Gukesh, who had an amazing Norway tournament, then he had a very difficult GCL, and then right now he is playing. But you know, one thing which you see when he is playing, normally when players, many players, many strong players also who have been playing bad tournaments, generally the next games, what how they play is very safe. They just do not enter in any kind of complicated complications or complex. They just don't trust their calculation, so they avoid everything. And that is the difference you see here, where Gukesh is, you know, it's not mattering, he is still playing what he wants to. His trust on himself is still something which you can see here. And the same way, you also have to keep this in mind. Of course, find a faults, and right now, even without looking at your games, I can tell you, you might be blundering. Most common at this level. So please do solve a lot of tactics with huge focus, without your mobile around you, without a lot of things around you, distractions, and see if you are able to focus for 60 minutes at a stretch, and no distraction and complete intensity. Can you do that while solving tactics? Simple tactics. Just try that and see how it makes a difference. You know, have these kind of 3 to 4 hours in a day, 1 hour each, that kind of a thing. I am 2000 in leeches. What can be my FIDE rating? It says learn, but it's very hard to learn to say that, because many times on leeches rating, you know, it's. But I would say that it's possible that you can get around 1300 FIDE rating. It could also be a little more, but depends on how experience. If you have never played in an offline tournament of, you know, on this board, element is very different than online chess. साकार चेज रेटिंग पैसे की तरह होता है. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, we had this very nice t-shirt. रेटिंग पैसे की तरह होता है, आता जाता रहता है. It was very nice. It was our very first design. I don't think we now have it, but many people wore it and really had fun with it. And guys, by the way, we also have a very new thing which is releasing, but tomorrow we'll tell more about that. But just want to very quickly show you here that you must already be very aware that we had Gukesh's DVD before, and now we also have Master Advanced Tactics and Calculations like a Super Grandmaster by Vidit Gujarati. See, tactics and calculation, this is a very nicely done one. You must check it out. But tomorrow Sagar will tell you more about this, but do check it out. This is our latest new product. But with I think the important thing is when you will see Vidit and Sagar, you know, there's already some kind of a you know how they speak, and it's all very nice. It was a lot of fun when he was here. This is Gukesh's one, Attack Like a Super GM with Gukesh, and we saw in Norway also how he was attacking. In fact, every day we are looking at his games, and we see so much dynamics and so much complexities. He is going for, I don't think we see this much interesting, trying to keep the games interesting. It's very, very new, very refreshing. So definitely Gukesh's style is, very few people have that style right now on top level chess. Okay, that's it for today. We will see you tomorrow again. Guys, मजा आया? ठीक है, चलो, bye, good night, have a great day, have some good practice, and while watching the live games, because you are able to see 3 games, do try to also think very sincerely there, because that is another session, like another session in its own. So, all those who want to seriously improve, remember that you can really improve like anything if you solve these, if you see these live games well. Chalo, tata, bye bye, finally, bye, finally I'm going to it's like I'm going and I'm going and I'm not going, but now finally I'm going. So tata, bye bye.